Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man. Oh my god. Alright. I forgot I turned my mic all the way down. That's funny. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah. Oh, like I was saying, yeah, it's probably gonna take me a while because I'm not that good yet. Hopefully, I keep on seeing this like trick with like C5, and then you bring the queen to deep. I can't do that. But I know, bro. This is way harder than I thought it was gonna be. Uh, I guess I'm trying to like work on my development. But, that's correct. Okay. If we set this up, okay. Um, I'm trying to okay, see if I can get. What if I move this right here? Wait, which one would be better? If I moved here, okay. If I moved here, I don't like any of it. If I took here, it would be even. Like this. Always look for checks, threats, and captures. Yeah, I think I found the check. Oh fuck. Wait, I think this is still a good move because if I take right here, at best, I'd win a queen. Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. Um, fried liver time. Okay, wait. Okay. If I went, no. Damn. So he's not gonna. Hmm. Okay, I don't have anything. I don't. I don't know, bro. What's going on? I was planning on moving this, but I'm not. Hmm. I'm thinking about moving this right here. I think. No. See, I really want. I'm gonna start setting something up. Oh shit. Like what? What kind of move is this? Oh. Um. Oh. Oh fuck! I just lost my queen, bro. Right, the 2 weeks bullshit I was talking about. This shit might take forever. Yeah, this shit's not. It's not. This is not happening. What is a move? What? Bro, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. I think I'm just gonna resign. Yeah. I might be resigning too early, but yeah. I really wanna. What do I wanna do? Oh, the misclick was good. Oh crap. Oh damn. I'm gonna guess he's gonna bring. Uh, if you take knight, if you take knight, queen gets. If I take the knight, if I take the knight, queen gets pinned, and you lose. Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, I think sometimes I just quit too early. If I take right here, I just get rid of his queen. I get rid of his knight. Or this is bad. Oh, I thought I just heard something. Whatever. Wild soggy dress. What type of name is that? Okay. I'm already seeing my next move. I think I'm just gonna pin his knight. Yeah. Because if I pin his knight, wait. If I pin his knight, if I pin his knight, and then he goes, and then fuck. Okay, wait. If I pin his knight, he'll probably move here. So I have to decide if I want to take and lose here. Okay. Oh no. I'm tired. Wow. If I hit here, yeah, yeah. Ah, fuck. Oh, you little farm? If I do that, then when I go against somebody good, I'm just gonna get smacked. And this dude, well, he's 299. Okay. This might not make any sense, but wait, am I tripping, bro? I swear I had this right here. But did I not? Wow, I swear I had. Dang. Okay. Wait, you just take my horse? Oh my god. Wait. 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 Why did it say +2? Oh, I'm dumb. Alright. Okay, now. Wait, I think I messed up. Yeah, what am I doing? Okay. We're good, we're good, we're good. Bro, dude, bro. He's better beat me, bro. Light's so bright. The light's so bright. What's your user, bro? God dang, bro. Let's start playing puzzles. 1,000 in puzzles. I didn't know you can even rank up in this. Wait, am I white or black? Oh. Yeah. Label sides. Dang. 1211 to a 1290. Bro. So wait, so it's like 2 weeks? Is that unrealistic or? Hmm. A few months. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Challenge you. My charger. Bullet. Sure. Is that the 1 minute one? I don't know how to how do you like do the pre moves? How do you do the pre move? Is there like a setting I need to put on? Unrated. What does that mean? Where's that? Wait, wait. Go to settings. What? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't like where's settings? God, those top players. Dang, thought he was number one. Oh, I'm blind. Okay. Oh, you can change the color of the board too. And then oh, all right. Dang. Like, you. Did I do it right? Oh. Dang, bro, my chest. Oh. Oh shit. Uh. Uh. Oh crap. Oh frick. Okay. Bro, I can't even fucking see. It's like bro, I feel like I'm blind right now. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Wait, why didn't I? Bro, that is intense. That is intense. Like, how do you even like what's it called? I don't know. Like, how are you, bro? Hold on. Fuck. Fuck. Damn. Like, okay. I guess you really just gotta know your moves. Oh shit. Bro, low key, my brain can't process things this fast. Oh shit. Dang. I can't even. Oh. Yeah, I kind of realized I couldn't see though. It's just too. That's too quick for me, bro. Dang, I don't think I've won yet. Let's try this. I gotta win a game before I go to sleep, bro. 3 minutes blitz. I'm ready. I mean, this dude's very low rank, so. Fuck. Why did I not take? Fuck, fuck. I fucking hate this game that night. Bro, I can't process anything right now. Like, I. So quick. Everything feels so quick. Bro, shit. Trying to. I just want to win. I just want to win. I just want to win one game. My goodness. I just won one game tonight. Actually, I think I've won one. Yeah. That night. Oh, give me that. Oh shit. Should have done that. Dang it. Oh shit. Bro, I can't even like. Bro, I can't picture what's going on right now. Like that is the problem. That is the main problem I'm having. I can't like picture what's like. I don't know. I can't picture anything. I'm lost. What does the crown mean? Prime Gaming. Is that worth it? How many Grandmasters are there? Is it there like a lot or 1,000? I'm in there like so there's like a Grandmaster and a Super. Dang it! All right, yeah, that was dumb. So it's Grandmaster, Super Grandmaster. So I'm guessing there's like 'cause there's 1,000 Grandmasters. I'd guess there'd be what like I'm talking about how many Supermasters? I think it would be like what? Okay. Oh, what am I? Wait, I think that was good. It is 1,000 Grandmasters, and there's probably like what? Like 50 Masters? Is that what they're called? Or Super Masters? All right, I just need. Let's go. Let's get it. All right. There's about 50. Okay, so I was pretty close, I think. I don't know what I said. And those are the people that like compete in the tournaments, I'm guessing. Okay. All right. Oh shit. I don't even know what that. What is that? Like, why can't I just randomly do like a little spin move? Oh, let's go. Yeah. Wait, is it me? Is it me? Wait. I think we're good, bro. Fuck, we're not. Oh, we're good. Let's get it. I had 4 great moves. I think this was a really good move. This one. I think this was a pretty good move. Pretty smart. I realized he could just take. I wonder why. What could he have done? Nah. So he was right here. Wait, did he? I'm pretty sure he took right after though. So I guess what he could have done. Oh wow. Oh, because he moved from here. Oh, that was his problem. He kind of just moved for no reason. Didn't calculate. All right, let me get one more win. I'm done. Dang, I'm going for an hour. Dang, time flies when you're having fun. I'm not playing that anymore though. All right. Lock in. Alright. I have no more water. Okay, I'm thinking the move is here. Nah. It is. Trust. You gotta trust the process. Trust the process. Okay, now I'm gonna move it right here. I don't know why, but getting a checkmate is scary, bro. Okay, let's see. Where did I go wrong? Maybe I can use this one time. Okay, so did the regular thing. Okay, I was trying to play like even with him. That's what I was trying to do. He's pull out his queen. What'd I do? Oh, if someone brings their bishop out early or their queen f4, you should play knight f6. Please teach me, bro. Because I mean, you can see my ranking. Wait, okay. Someone brings their queen to f3. That's what he did. You should always play knight f6. So knight. Wait. Okay, so because we'll be trying to. Oh, I gotta start, bro. I actually have to start reading his attacks instead of just thinking about mine. I wasn't even seeing, yeah. Or bishop b4. Or bishop. Or wait. Yeah, I think that's actually where I meant to go. I think I meant to go b4 instead. And queen f3. No, I definitely meant to go b4. Alright, we're good. I was go to the learn section. Do you know? Yes. This just teaches you like skills. I know it. Okay. Am I white or black? Oh. Is there a different one? Oh. Oh, opening. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you go with that. Dang, these long ass videos. I definitely need to look at this. I gotta get a win, bro. I'm on the losing spree right now. No, actually, I just won my last game. What I'm talking about, or the game before that. Okay, so it looks like he's doing the same thing again, but he hasn't brought his queen out, so I'm good. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, now he has his queen out. Okay, see, I see it now. I forgot what you said, so I'm. Yep. Alright. Yeah, he doesn't have his. Oh, right. I think I challenged this. What else? Um, bro. Okay, what is going on? Did you? What is this? Lakes. Oh, versus Grandmaster. He resigned in 27 moves. Dang. Wait, I thought no one was 3,000 yet, or some. Maybe it's something different. Uh, Basico. Which one's that? Oh, dang, okay. Let me lock in. Bro, I really like. Once I get to this point, I really don't know what to do. It it was a hard fight. I mean, that's low key impressive. I mean, you fought that hard with the Grandmaster. That's kind of cool actually. Okay, he'll go here. No, he won't. Yeah, he will. Okay, so what's the move? I'm thinking right here. No, 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 no. I want to keep everything. Dang. Okay, bro. Okay, what? Okay, what's the move to keep everything? Is there nothing? I guess this. I'm guessing this is the move to keep everything. If I go right here, if he takes right here, then okay, he took right there. Okay, 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 okay. I think we're good. I want to move somewhere. Oh, this dude make me mad. My pin is queen. Wait, no, I didn't do anything. Wait, yeah. I think that was a good move. I think that was a good move. What's my CPU? Oh, okay, it's not bad. Did anybody watch Squid Game? Excited for the new season? Gonna be watching that. Um, Probably Saturday. I hope the ending's good though, because I feel like. Oh, okay. No, like I said, yeah, I feel like. Yeah. Fuck. His next move has to be right here. Free, free bishop. Dude, there's really only one move you can make. Just do it. Wait, no, wait. What am I looking at? I'm good. Oh, wait, no, he forks this. That's what I meant. Oh, okay. Let's relook at this real quick. Um, should I do the same stuff the dude did before? I'm very surprised he didn't just. Cause then I would have been forced to choose between. Wait, what? I think that. Oh, no, because then I lost my queen. I think. Okay, let's just say one right here instead. Mian. Hi. What's up? Okay. That's what I was thinking. If he went right there, what if I? I would go right here. Not much. How are you? I'm good. Just having, yeah. Just having. I'm tired. I just been chilling, doing a bunch of work all day. I think this is my new start because wait. Wait, is that I'm trying to do what the other person did to me. I think someone typed that. Where is it? Someone brings their bishop out early or their queen to fe, f3. Wait, I can't. I don't know. I don't. I feel like he's gonna take my bishop. If I stop, I can't go anywhere here. I don't want to lose my bishop or my knight already. I appreciate it, dude. Trying to see. I don't want to lose my bishop, my knight right here. Wait, no. I think if I put it right here, it's a trade. All right, this and I can take right here, bro. Oh, yeah, that's a trade. All right. Wait, hold up. This might be a moment where I sacrifice the knight because I can go right here. All right. If I go right here, wait, no, I want to go right here. Wait, no, I'm thinking here. If I go here, okay, he would take here, and then screw it. Oh, okay. Wait, no, cause no, I thought I saw something. I thought if I went here, then I'd have like a check or something. But I guess he can just, yeah, he can go there. Well, it was worth a shot. Might as well still do it. So I don't lose my knight. Bro, it's so hard to get a check. Oh, wait. I can. Okay, I could do the king swap, or I could possess another chest with the free. Or, hold up. Or I could take right here. Wait. I could take right here. Wait. The rook is the best move? Yeah. Bro. Okay. I don't really want to swap kings. Is it worth it to swap kings? I really okay, I'm just gonna trade. I mean, yeah, I just want a rook too, so yeah, I'm good. Good call. I'm surprised he hasn't gone right here. Wait, no. He has nothing. Chat not really supposed to help during the game. Bro. Bro. I just need a little bit of help, bro. I just need to know if I need to take the queen. Okay, I'm thinking here though. Cause then I could castle and get this out. Okay. Well, I might have had a horse somewhere. I'm a castle. And now I'm a threat. Okay, now I just need. Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna move right here. I think I'll move right here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I really want to move. Okay, I need to find a way. Frick it. I never even moved my horse yet. I feel like I gotta get my horse involved. This could be good. Okay, I can't. Oh, dang. Okay. I think I just throw another check. Yeah. Bro, yeah. I think I can win if I don't play stupid. I don't. Bro. Dang. All right. I can't sell now. Okay, so. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. I might be going for too many checks. Okay, thanks. where's he gonna move? He's gonna move right there. Okay. Wait, okay. This one can move. Okay, oh, he's about to be stuck. Alright, we're good, we're good. Take the free piece. Take the free piece. Okay. If I go right here to check. Yeah. If I go right here to check. Can't take. He's gonna have to go. Okay, I think this is now where I take this. Okay. Does it even work? Yeah, it is, yeah. Bro. Okay, he's gonna take one. Dang. Do I not have a defense? Wait. Oh, okay, wait. If I take it this one, okay, I don't have a defense. So low key just matters when I want him to take. He's gonna. Okay, yeah. Oh, it defends it. It defends it. I just realized. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Bro. Okay, still. We're good. Wait, was that right? Yeah. Wait, no, it wasn't. What am I doing? Ugh. Alright, just take all his pieces at this point. Okay. I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. Dang it. I'm just gonna move this right here. Bro, he has way more time than me. That's the problem. Okay. Yeah, I gotta checkmate him because he's not gonna resign. So I'm trying to. Okay. I'm trying to think where his next move has to be. Wait, how is this not checkmate? Wait, am I confused? Because his neck, he can't move down here. Is this stalemate? I think this is stalemate because he can't move any other piece, and he's still safe. Dang. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Bro, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. Okay, hold up. What I need to do, I should have got him in the corner and put. What am I pointing? Put in. Oh, God. Never mind. All right. He's not gonna take that. Okay. His only move is this way. Right. Okay. I should have taken this earlier. Or should wait, he has can't move here. Can't move here. I think we win right here. That's what I was talking about earlier. Cause I knew if I went right here. I got one more in me. I got one more in me. I can win one more. The Squid Game's coming out tonight. Oh, let's see. That game took too long. Uh, 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 I'm just gonna pin. Damn. Was hoping for 4 nights there. Fortnite. All right. Wait, if I okay, I just want to move. 1580, bro. Are you talking about your elo? How long did it take y'all to get like this high of an elo? I kind of want to do this quick, but I mean, it's not really seeming like it's gonna be possible. Okay, you move this queen to E. Okay. I'm just gonna move this up. Okay. Wait, do I win anything? No, I don't. I don't want to lose it. 7 years, dang. I know people start playing when they're like 3 years old or something, and I think he's better win. Oh crap. I'm playing for about 2.5. Dang. That's sorry. Bro, I don't have that type of time. 2.5 hours, bro. I'm be doing schoolwork all day. It took me 2 months to get to. I'm gonna lose. Oh. What I look. I mean, like, what's the gap from like Dang it. Oh my god. It's like what's the gap from like 1500 to like 2000? Like or like oh, okay, perfect. Or like master to grandmaster. I think we have a good chance to win. Dude, dang. Like is it just the games get harder or like what changes? I guess the games just I guess it's like rank. Or you're matched up against people you're ranked. Oh my god, bro. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, we're just gonna. I need to slow things down. This thing. I'm only able to see mate and wait, bro. Get away from me. All right, I need a second. Dang. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna get that high, but uh, I just want to get to 1,000. That's the goal. Just get to 1,000, like 1,200. So someone asks me my elo, I can be like 1,200. Only can play at night. That's the problem. Because throughout the day, I'm just drenched in work. It really sucks, but that scared me. All right, I think we're good. Wait, no, we're not. We're not. He's gonna move his horse. I can give you. That's less. Not really. I can give you. I am better, way better than your average fit. But I feel like you can get to 1,000 only playing. I don't even know. Like, is the opening just I mean, is that just like I don't know? Is that just like your beginning? Like like what night I play? Okay, I was gonna go there, but no, it's dumb. Okay, I'm still trying to be. No one's gonna trade that. I think I'm just gonna trade. Wait, why did I not just do that in the first place? Wait, I feel like you can get playing one solid game, only playing solid, just not hanging for beating playing at least 1K. Um, all right, let's see. to. Bro, it's so much. Is it like, is it easier to like play chess like online versus like in person? Because now, like I feel like I can see the whole board. I feel like I can see the whole board. So like, it'd be easier to play online than in person. Besides like misclicks. Yeah, I mean, I would guess online would be easier. Okay, I think. Wait, it's me. Wait, it's me. Okay, what? Oh, wait, no. I think I just I need to get rid of this piece. I'm trying to see. Positions there's a major difference in some people do have. Okay, he wouldn't give that up. Would he? Okay. Um, why do you do OTB when they're usually a little bit more serious about playing? What is OTB? On over the broad, like wait, over the board. When you do over, they usually, yeah. You do actually have to. You have to. Oh my god. What am I? I could have checked. But I do have to call out like check when you play like that or no? I feel like I get into arguments about my friends about that. I feel like you have to call out check, or that just like a is that like an unwritten rule? But do they even say that at the tournaments? If you're playing seriously, no, really. I feel like that it just seems like something you like have to do. So like, what happens? I guess if you're at that level, you wouldn't like make a mistake like that. But like, what happens if you like, I don't know, like accidentally, you know, it expects the person you are playing. Okay, bro. I don't know if I'm gonna win this. It's expected the person you play. Wait, it's expected the person you are playing says that. I feel like yeah, like if we're playing, I feel like you have to say that, in my opinion. Bro, this is so dumb. Wait, if I move right here, if I move right here, can my queen still take? If I move right here, can my queen still take? I mean, not my queen, my king. Can he still take? Can he take his? Wait, is this a good move? Is this a good move? Oh no. Okay, wait. No, king. Oh, appreciate it. All right, I just wasn't sure. I don't really know the rules for real. Okay, I want to get out of here. Right, like, am I just stuck? Like, is there still a way to win or no? Okay, wait. So how can I win the rook? Wait, okay. If I just move my rook, that was not the move. Oh wait, is there a way to do this? Wait. Can I actually win like this? Oh crap! All right, come on, don't sell. Uh, fuck. Okay, I gotta go quick. All right. I think I need to. I'm trying to keep him on one side of the board right now. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I don't have a lot of time. Hey, come on. Come on. Um. Oh crap. Okay, come on. Oh my god. No. Come on. Okay, wait. I think I have a chance. Oh, I don't have a lot of time. Come on. Wait. Draw? Was there a way for me to actually win? So I didn't. Oh, cause. Hold up. Where do I go? Oh, let's go back. All right. Was there a way for me to win? If I went, was that the no? It just gives me the same result as a draw. Okay, how would I not get a draw? And it's okay. So four, four king rook checkmate. Rook up, like right here, and then have the king staring at each other with the king on the edge of the. Well, you need. I can't even read. You need to have the kings staring at each other with their kings on the edge of the board. They move rook left and then right all the way, and the rook covering the back line. I don't even know what that means. Wait, okay, so I'm guessing I had to do it earlier. So I went right here. If I is this a draw or did I win? So wait, no, I get some move. Okay, let's say. Do you have a gamer tag? Can I add you? Yeah, sure. I have Discord. What's your Discord? HH the thinker. All right. Let's see if I know how to even use this. HH the thinker. I think I spelled that right. I think mine's is mine similar to this? Hello? My shit might not be on right. Yeah. Hold up.
This. Stay at this.
Alright, yo, what's up?
Stay at this. Hold on. I should do this. Hi.
Hold up. Let me.
So, I want you to imagine. We're just gonna set this up from here. Hold on. So, I want you to imagine this rook is basically a giant wall. They can't go anywhere along it. And as soon as they go here in front of it, you can go here because your king is blocking these, your rook is blocking these. So it pushes them up. Now, if your king is here and your rook is here and they're there, if you push up your rook again, you're pushing them off the board. That's checkmate. So what you have to do is repeat the pattern. So, for example, you just go up. They might go over here. Doesn't matter. You just bring your rook all the way over. They go here. And when it's like this, you don't want to go something like this because then they're just going off you. And if you push up, they're going past.
Okay.
So what you do instead is you waste a move. If they go in front, then you can push up. If they go to the left, you can follow them. If they go up, then you can cut them off again because they're reducing the amount of squares they have. So let's say they go here, you go up. Let's say they try to bring their king close to attack your rook. They won't have enough time, but if they were over here, you want to protect your rook and bring it over. So you always want to keep that safe. But you push up. They go here. You can just push up. It doesn't matter if you follow them exactly or here. They're going to just walk closer. And you get something where it goes kind of like this. And let's say you go here. It doesn't matter where they go. You're just going to follow them until like this. If they go here, you just waste the turn. If they go here, it's checkmate. So they just run left.
Wait.
And you get a position like
But how would that be
this.
checkmate?
Because I'll show you. They're forced to go here and this. So this rook, for example, is hitting here, 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 here. And they can't go here, here, or here. The rook is directly attacking them right now. it's stalemate if, for example, you had a bishop here, and you had a rook here, but nothing attacking the king directly. So this square being attacked and not the king, that's stalemate
Oh,
because the king can't move and they don't have any other pieces. If they don't have a rook or pawns or anything that can push whatsoever, or move or take anything, then it's stalemate because
okay.
they can't move and they're not under attack. So they didn't lose the game, but you didn't win the game. It just can't continue. That's what stalemate means. Now, there's a few types of draws where it's like repetition. So, for example, let's say I just go here and I go back and I go here and I go back. This is a threefold repetition. You've had this position 3 times, so it's a draw. Instantly, it's a draw.
Uh,
There's also a 50 move rule on this chess, where let's say you're just moving pieces, no pawns push or no captures. After 50 moves, if there's no captures, no pawn pushes, and it's not checkmate or stalemate, it's still a draw, just because then you're not making progress. The game's just kind of going in a circle. There might have been a way to win, but you didn't figure out within the amount of moves. So that's the 50 move rule, and that's only if there's no captures or pawn pushes. But for this, if they go here, they can't go anywhere, and you're directly attacking them. It has to be a check for checkmate.
oh, wait. Okay, so since he doesn't have any pieces that can move, and I'm not actually attacking.
Even if he does, so let's say even if he has a queen, let's say here, you would just take like they'd have to block with the queen, then you take the queen. That's still checkmate. Let's say the queen was um let's say they had a piece that let's say they had a rook over here. It doesn't matter. A rook over here that can go only here and here. They can't stop you from checking them and they have to react to it, but they can't. There's nothing to block. There's nowhere they can go and you're attacking them. So it's just game. That's checkmate.
Okay,
Checkmate is when you're attacking them directly and they can't stop you from attacking them directly.
and then stalemates when I'm not directly attacking them.
Yeah, stalemate is if you had, for example, I can set up a easy to visualize position. Let's say you have them in the corner like this, and you had um, 2 bishops here. Let's say they're protecting each other. They can't take. And you had a knight here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's say it's black's turn. They can't attack the bishops, and this knight's blocking here, so they can't attack like this. They literally cannot move. It doesn't matter if they, um, like it, they can't move whatsoever in this situation. There are situations, for example, let's say they have a pawn here and it's coming down to your side. This is still stalemate because the pawn can't move past their pawn. It has nothing to take, it can't push, and their king is trapped. So if I set this to black, it says draw because they have nothing they can move. It doesn't matter if they have a pawn here, here, here. These are only going forwards, but this pawn is blocking them.
Okay.
So it's when they can't make a move, but they're not under attack directly. Now, if you had, let's say, a bishop right here, that's checkmate because it is attacking them directly. This is the easiest way to kind of visualize where if none of your pieces are attacking it directly, and they have nothing to move, it's stalemate. Now, if you, let's say they had a situation like this, they can push this pawn and then you can go here to checkmate them because you have a turn for it. So if I go like this, it's black's turn to move. I have this push, and this is checkmate. Now if I do anything else, if I do this or anything, it's stalemate because they're not under attack and they can't move. This is the direct attack because the bishop is directly going here. The king's under attack, it can't move. And that's the only thing that you have to worry about for checkmate. It doesn't matter if they have other pieces that can move. This is the only thing that would make it so that it can't. Now, it does matter for stalemate because let's say you go here and you're trying to set this up. Let's say you go here and you're like, I have to go here. This would be stalemate. Now, if they had another piece, Let's say they had it doesn't matter. Let's say another pawn, they could push it and it wouldn't be stalemate. If they had a queen or a rook, anything. That's the only thing that could stop stalemate in this situation, but they don't have anything. Now, if you checkmate them, it doesn't matter if they do have other pieces that can move because they have to react to the check. So let's say they had a queen here. Their move would have to be, for example, let's say they had a queen here. Their move would have to be either here or here. And then you would take the queen either here or here, and it would be checkmate still. Because like your knight's protecting it, or your bishop, let's say they have a queen or a rook here, they go here and you would take it, and there's still nothing to defend them. You're just attacking them directly then afterwards.
Okay.
So whenever you have to visualize it, a lot of the moves are, for example, rook and you can always go, for example, analyze, just to show you. Set up position, you clear the board. You go set up something like this. And then you click practice versus computer. Or you click the load button right away and play around with it. But when you do this, the computer will move and play against you. So you just
what
go
do those
here.
scores mean? Like +8 or like +7? Like what does that mean?
So this is an evaluation of like, for example, right now it says M13 when I cover it over here. So that means there's a mate in 13 moves that the engine sees. There might be a quicker mate that it hasn't calculated immediately, but usually it's pretty quick at calculating, and usually it's fairly accurate. For example, the computer will be more accurate, especially if you give it even like 10 seconds. It will be basically any grandmaster in the world. It is that powerful. So when it says +8, it thinks that you're basically +8 points of material in terms of the position. It hasn't really calculated far enough. This is a guaranteed win, but it only calculates maybe like 15 moves ahead or something, or let's say 10 moves ahead. Let's say it calculates 10 moves ahead and doesn't see it right away, so it says it here +8, but it's, over here it's finished calculating, so it says +13. Even though it says +5, it can go differently depending on the position. You can be up material and have a worse position depending on the state of the board. So I can set up certain boards where you have like more pieces, but it's worse for you depending on the position, but that's a little bit more complex than you need to go to. Do you know what the pieces are worth?
I know. Okay, so pawns are 1, bishop and knights are 3, and then what?
Rooks are
Rooks are 5, and then queen is 10.
yes.
Right.
Queen is queen is 9.
Okay.
But that's very good to know just because when you're trying to think of a position, for example, let's say you have, let's refresh this real quick. Let's say you have a position like and they go here, you can see the eval going +3, even though it's +2 only. The eval is +3 basically, or -3. It for white, like it's black's winning by this much because you can think, oh, the pawn is worth only 1, but also pieces are worth so much more because of what they can do. The reason, so the way the piece values got evaluated was because of engines and like calculating and different things with it, where they discovered like kind of the rough value of the pieces. For example, a queen might be worth basically very close to 2 rooks or 3 pieces, basically, with how strong it is because of how it can move. The bishops and knights are close to similar, but there are some differences where the bishops, they have longer range, but they might not do good in closed positions. And a closed position might be something where it's like this, they can't go through their pieces. Where knights, they can jump here to here to here. They actually like closed positions because they can just jump over the pieces. So knights are good early, bishops are better late. And because of things that usually eventually will clear out, bishops are technically worth like 3.5, where knights are worth just 3. So they are slightly worth more, but again, like for your elo, it does not matter. That won't matter for even when you're 1500. It just won't matter.
Okay.
So there are cases where trading off won't matter, but this is a situation that I'm just trying to show where like a pawn is worth 1, a knight's worth 3. but the position's so bad for white that it's the eval and the computer's like, you're going to even lose this pawn or even more. Like, you're not able to keep this pawn, for example, because let's say you go here and they take, you can see like it goes down because potentially, let's say a castle, and let's say go here, you can't defend both knights very easily. Like you can go here and then eventually, like, let's say a pawn attacks here, you go here and then a pawn attacks here. This is pinned and different complications make it more difficult. So even though it's +3 over here, it says it's almost equal again. So that's what the eval means basically. So when I'm showing you over here, +8, the computer basically, like when it's +8, it's if the computer doesn't mess up or person doesn't mess up, it's just going to win. +3 or -3 is usually enough to win if you keep going playing perfectly. Under that, it might be a draw depending on the eval. Some endgames can be like +3 and still end in the draw because, for example, knowing what wins in these type of pieces, for example, a king, a knight, and versus a king, this is a draw. So even though you're +3, you can't win. There's no way to win here. Let's say I change it to a bishop, there's no way to win. So even though you're +3, there's technically no way to win. The pieces that you would need would be either a rook, and you can see it shoots up immediately the eval, or a queen, or even a pawn.
Okay.
Now a pawn would have to be in the right position. For example, here, this is a win. If I have it, for example, let's say I have the pawn up here, this is a draw. There's little complications where you won't be able to get the pawn to promotion. So it all depends on little situations with that. But just because you're up a piece doesn't mean you'll win. But for example, if you have something like this, and they have something where even though it's like this is a easy win for you, just because even though this pawn's in the same spot and they have a pawn, because of your knight, you can actually make progress. So that's where the knight makes a huge difference, where you might be able to get your king up there and then take the pawn and keep your pawn promoted.
Okay.
There's certain cases where it doesn't matter if they have a lot of pawns. For example, let's say they have 3 pawns on you. This would be a draw, for example, because there's no way to get you away from the corner. Eventually, the pawns will go here, the king will go here, and this is stalemate because you can't go here or here, and you can't take the pawn because it's defended. And as we see, you have no moves. So either move away, like move away from them and over and over again, or it just protects it and then you can't move. So there's no way to make progress with certain pawns, but again, like pawn endgames, you should try to start learning when you're maybe around 700-800 elo. For now, you just need to focus on like maybe trying to figure out the rook checkmate, because if you're up, or queen checkmate. So queen or rook, because if you're up a queen and you don't know how to checkmate, it's going to get difficult. And a rook, it's the same concept. Rook might be easier because you can copy with the queen. And then the only thing you have to worry about is stalemating, where the queen might have a position where, for example, this is stalemate if it's black's turn. Because I'll show you the lines right here. The king covers here and there. So the queen, for example, covers here. The queen covers this and this, but the king covers this. So you can see the black king is actually completely safe in a way, but it also can't move. So where if this is a rook, it won't be a stalemate. So that's one of the few differences where you do have to be careful of some stalemates with the queen. But there can be stalemates with the rooks like you saw for the game like this, because you're blocking off here and here and you're protecting the rook. So you can visualize it like this. He's in the corner, he's not under attack. Your rook is going like this. Your king is going like this. And nothing is attacking over here, and they were stuck.
What's ladder mate? Is that like
ladder mate? I can show you the
that
ladder
staircase thing? I think I saw
Yeah.
like a YouTuber do that, or what's the name, Hikaru do that.
So ladder mate, let's say they go here. You just gotta swing your rooks over there. It doesn't matter if they go here. You're just gonna go over. They go here, up, 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 swing over. You go here, you go here. You don't go all the way because you want to just keep making a ladder, right? You go here, here. Because
Oh,
you can visualize this one. Oops. This one stops the current from going there. This one stops it from going there, and there's no line that goes up any farther. So that's just ladder mate. Ladder mate's the simplest puzzle, like checkmate. But there is, for example, oops. There is, for example, not that. I'm going to redo. There is, for example, a problem potentially with going with the, because let me show you a position where, for example, you can be going up with the ladder, um, like you're going up, 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 and this can be a stalemate just because, for example, with the queens, it's different where the queens can go here and go here, where the rooks wouldn't do this. So there was a game, and I don't know if you know PogChamps, but PogChamps is basically kind of a popular with the streamers that was with the newer players. They somewhere around 1500, but let's say some of them were like 1200, 1400, it doesn't matter. One of them calculated and counted out the spaces and saw that the other person pre-moved here, 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 and they counted their king and they checked. They went there with their king basically from all the way over here, and they got the stalemate because they end up here. These pieces ended up here, and they couldn't move because they pre-moved and expected it to win. Now, it's different if you have, let's say, a rook, because this doesn't cut off here. If you're ever going to do like a ladder mate with the rook and queen, put the rook in front, the queen in the back, because if you do it like this and pre-move, eventually you might go into position. Oops. You might go into position where, for example, let's say you moved your queen up like this because you're laddering up, they can take it. There also might be situations like that where if you have it, for example, like this, they can never get in front. You just keep going up and your queen is safe. There's no threat of stalemate in this situation because the rook doesn't deliver the diagonal that can potentially mess that up.
okay.
So if you ever have, let's say, a queen and a rook, the rook is in front, or two rooks, you don't need to worry about. You just have to worry about them coming up and getting close to your rooks. But if they do, you just slide them over to the other side like that. And they will never reach it because these travel all the way across the board. The board's A across. So it's traveling 7 distance, or if you count for this one going over here, it's a distance of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? King can only move 1 space at a time. It's going to take it basically 5 turns to actually get to where the rook is, and if they get over there, you just gotta fly them over again, and they're not going to reach it. So every like 4 turns, basically, you just fly them over. 2 rooks is very easy, but something you might want to practice is with the 1 rook. Now, if they're ever a situation like that, immediately go here, or even if they're in a situation like here, you want to cut them off as quickly as possible. You can cut them off that way, but you have to also visualize the board as a square. So even if it's over here, you can cut them off this way, you can cut them off this way, you can cut them off this way, or this way, right? As long as they get to the corner of the board or whichever way helps you visualize, it doesn't matter with the pieces, right? You just have to visualize, for example, if they're over here, you would love your rook over here because it still cuts off this. You just have to bring your king in. Now, there are situations with the queen, for example. If you're over here, this can be a stalemate with just the queen, even if you just move, just because you can see where the queen's attacking. It's going here, here, here. You always have to go, for example, the 2 middle spots if you're going to cut them off, because if you do the 3rd spot, it's stalemate. there's little tricks like that to kind of keep in mind with it. So for example, this would be stalemate. Hold on, I'll do a few of them. So this, and this, you might want to avoid placing the queens in those spots. Instead, you want them center if you're going to cut them off in any one position. Here, 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 here. This is not a situation where you would want like all these equations because, for example, here is being cut off and this is being cut off. But I just mean to visualize if you had a single queen, this would be safe. If you had multiple queens, you don't want to do this, but if you had one queen in any of these positions, if they're in the corner, it's stalemate. And any of these corners, if you remove any of that, like this queen or this queen, it's still stalemate. It doesn't matter if all of these are gone, except for just one queen, let's say this queen, that's stalemate. So little things like that to keep in mind with that. But most of the chess at your elo will be counting. For example, do you play as white? Do you play with the D pawn or E pawn? Do you know?
I don't know what that means. I usually play e4.
So this is the E pawn. This is the D pawn.
I'll play
So
with the
most
E-pawn.
people, for example, will either go here or here. There's also C. There's this. There's this. There's a lot of different moves, but these are the most common, and also they're usually the easiest. So you go with this one?
Yeah, I usually go e4 as the first move.
Okay. So going e4 is good. The most common thing you'll actually face at your elo too is just this. So most of like chess at your elo, it might be just counting where they'll go here, here, and here, right? This is a very standard position. You just have to make sure you don't capture something like that and they take your, You don't capture something like this and then they take your knight, for example, right? You just want to make sure you're always counting like what's defending what's the tactics that follow up afterwards with it. So there's some tactics, for example, where this is called the fried liver, and while it looks like you can't capture this because of like let's say you capture like this and this, it doesn't look like you're winning, but you are just because of a tricky capture like this. And there's some tactics with that. There's the four knights. There's a lot of different openings you'll see, but most of it is just counting very early on because people will not know opening theory, and most people will start playing stuff like this, for example.
That's bad.
And the reason why this is bad,
I think I do that a lot. I didn't know it's
yeah.
bad.
So I'll show you why it's bad. Here, I'll actually refresh. Hold on. Load. I'll turn off the engine. So you say you do this a lot with black?
Yeah.
Or do you do this with white, you mean?
I mean, sometimes both, but I'm leaning more towards like the other pawn, the pawn on the queen side.
So you mean like this? There's a big difference between these two moves. And do you know what the two differences are for that? Like the one biggest difference?
One of them, doesn't one of them like pin your queen? Right. No.
So I wouldn't worry about something like this because, for example, that it won't do anything, right? This pawn is fine. It's protected from your bishop. Another pawn, it's not moving anywhere. Even if they go like they push, you could potentially trade and be up a pawn but can't castle. That's not necessarily the worst thing. The reason why this is bad is because there's a tactic where there's a check. And whenever you lose the F pawn, you always have to watch out for this. So you almost never want to lose this pawn or push it early on. So you never want to push it like this or that, like have it under attack. Because you can recognize, for example, some attacks that go like this and this. They kind of abuse this, but it's a lot stronger when there's no pawn there immediately and you're trying to defend. Now, let's say you try to block off that. This is just check where you're losing the rook immediately. There's no way to defend it. And there are some tricks where, for example, um, if you go here and then they give check and you block, you can actually take this. You can actually take that and then they actually start losing. But there's certain tricks that people will fall for because they're not calculating. They're just used to like you taking back. But this is a situation where if you take back, they go here. You can't push this pawn, so you actually have to go here, but they go here. You're under a law attack. This bishop's going to come in. They'll push this bishop will come in. The king's being pushed out into the open, and it's actually basically game over already. Just because you push this pawn. They can actually lose the entire knight, even though it's worth 3 pieces, because your position's that bad and that open, where let's say we turn on analysis, it's going to say white's winning, even though they're down a knight. So right now it thinks white is basically up a knight, even though they're down basically 2 points of material. That just means like if you do the math, it's basically 5 points. It thinks you're guaranteed to lose a rook for that knight, which is definitely worth it. So whenever you go looking at F pawns, for example, for white or black, you always want to be careful of pushing this pawn or this pawn because it leaves you open for the attacks like this or this immediately. There are some openings that go like this. This is the king's gambit. But what you do here is like that. And if they go give the check, the knight protects. You have to defend with the knight first because if you do stuff like this, there are checks. This is theory, but it's, again, a little bit too complicated. I wouldn't worry about it too much. But the whole thing is, this pawn is the most vulnerable pawn because the only thing defending it is your king.
Oh, well, what does that move when it when the pawn goes to like the diagonal square?
You mean, I'm trying to, I'll try to think of what you mean for that. Hold on. It was
Because that happened like a couple times, and I had no clue what that was.
like en passant, like this.
Wait, do that again? Yeah, something like that. Like, what is that?
Okay, so en passant basically means, and it can go both ways. It's a French move where if you push it next to the pawn, right? You can push it twice and it lands next to a pawn, the pawn can take it as if it moved once, and they can only do it on the turn it did it. So let's say white said they want to do it now, they can't because they already made a move and then black made a move again. It's already too late. You can only do it immediately after it's already done. So en passant can only be done, for example, when it pushes twice and it lands right next to a pawn. You visualize it as if it moved once. It's giving the opportunity. That way they don't need to do en passant, but they can do en passant. So they would say, okay, I'm going to do it. And it might not always be good. There is a meme in the community where they say en passant is forced. Don't actually listen, it's not actually forced. But people like to do it with the meme where they're like, you have to do it because it's funny. There's a lot of little things with that. Don't worry about it too much. You definitely don't need to do en passant, but this is a situation where like you're like, do I want en passant? And then you look at it and be like, yes, then you can do it en passant. There might be a situation you push. There might be a situation you just go like this. And you're like, I'm happy with their pawn being where they are or pushing farther. I don't want to take it.
Okay.
The same thing for black. If I were to, I can also flip it so it's easier to kind of visualize. But so if it goes like that, or if it goes like this, you can en passant. And it doesn't matter if it's like, let's say you push the side pawn like this. This is en passant because it lands right next to it. It's the same over here where if you go here, if you push twice, they can en passant.
Okay.
Twice, en passant. As long as it lands right next to the pawn that that one pawn can en passant. If this pawn was here and this pawn, I can show you actually that too. Let me go for this. This can en passant and this can en passant. It's as if it's here. So that's kind of the way to visualize en passant. As long as the pawn goes twice forwards, and it's only if it goes twice, you have to look, is there a pawn next to it? And if there is, it has the ability to en passant only for that turn.
Okay. I was confused about that. Like when that popped up, I was like, what is that?
Yeah, en passant is like a tricky little thing with that. You know castling, right?
I don't understand it,
So
but
castling, I will get the pieces out real quick. Let me go here. So castling just means your king goes for like two in one direction and the rook goes on the other side of it. So let's say if you were to castle this way, and there's no queen, rook, like there's none of these pieces, and there's just the rook and the king. Where do you think which of these pieces, where would the king go?
yeah, where would the king go?
Yeah, if these were invisible, if there's no pieces here, where would it go if it was trying to castle to the left?
The king would be like B1, right? Or would it be A1 or B1?
It would be on C because it goes two. It always goes two in
Oh,
either direction. So if it's going this way, it's going two. If it's going this way, it's going two. So let's say it goes left, it goes over here, right? Let's say the king goes over here because it castles. Where would the rook go?
wait, the queen. Okay, if it's at C1, then the rook has to be at D1.
Yes. So the king and the rook switch places. The king would go two over the left, and the rook would be just on the right side of it. And if it goes over here, where would the rook go? So let's say it goes here because it's going to squares over on the right. Where would the rook go?
Wait, he said where would the rook would go
Yeah,
to?
where would this rook go if it goes castling short?
They go F1, F1,
Yes.
yeah, F1.
That's all it is for castling, as long as there's no pieces blocking you. So, for example, if this was a dark square bishop, right, and it's over here, you can't castle through it. Where it's attacking, you cannot castle as if like there's a wall in the way. So there is certain things with that where you might not be able to castle. Because of that, you can't castle also if this rook or this king moves. Um, you can castle this way if you move this rook, and you can castle to the right if the left rook moves, but you can't castle either way if, let's say, both rooks move or your king moves at all. So if, for example, you go here and then you go back, let's say go here, 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 even though this is the same position, you can't castle now. Because, so some people will try to give a check to you. So let's say this happened instead. Let's say you prepared something and they go here, you can't castle anymore. Even though you won a piece and this is good for you, they might try to give a strong attack on you because you can't castle. Will it work? Well, that depends on their attack and how they play it and how you play it, right? But you not being able to castle might be scary. Now there's manual castle, which is when people say manual castle, this is what they mean. They just mean like you're bringing your rook over and you're putting your king there as if you castled. It just takes like 2 or 3 extra turns potentially.
I didn't lose the rook ending game. I drew. I
Yeah,
draw.
so
I draw that game. All right.
yeah, so with that, you need to practice. For example, you can always go to analyze and you can set up any board you want. You can click clear board, right? And then you set up, let's say you're playing as white. You set up one rook and then you place their king here. Let's say it doesn't matter. Then you click practice versus computer. You will play as white. You will, for example, go here and the computer will make a move. It won't always play the trickiest move. Sometimes it'll just give up because it knows you already won. But it's still good practice to kind of put this in because I can do this practically without looking.
I have a question about the elo. So like, okay, you're 1822, but like, you're like,
Yes.
what is that? Like, is that like in
So
blitz or like?
rapid. So for example, I mess around a little bit in rapid here and there just because I get bored at night. But um, rapid is basically 10 minutes or longer. Um, Blitz is 3 minutes, no increment to 5 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. So increment means you get time for every move you make. Some people like longer time controls, 3 minutes usually the standard for Blitz. I would recommend that once you start with Blitz, but don't do Blitz until at least 800 to 1000 elo for rapid, because otherwise you're gonna have trouble understanding maybe some of the ideas, where like things happen very quickly. If I were to go into a game with like a random, I can analyze for bullet speed where other people might be needing rapid speed to keep up. There was
Oh,
someone I was doing a practice game a few days ago. I gave them 45 minutes of time,
dang.
and I was only allowed 10 minutes of time. I only used 5 minutes, and I ended up winning the game in checkmate. So I used 5 minutes, they used 45, and they still got checkmated by me.
Dang. Well
That's
then,
and they're close to 1200 elo. So that's 600 elo difference. I might be slightly underrated, but 600 elo difference. I'm able to give someone basically 9 times my amount of time and still checkmate them.
okay, so what's the difference in the elo? Like, what is like the difference between like 300 to 700 to like a
Um,
thousand?
if it's okay, so some people are underrated and there are people who are overrated at certain times, but let's say I'm trying to think of like the actual mathematics of it, but it's kind of like, well, you know how you get 8 elo for a win, 8 elo for a loss, and then 0 for a draw normally.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less for the elo difference. It's based off odds a little bit too, where let's say there's a 200 elo difference, you might have like um I'm trying to think of the actual math for it, but let's around 100 elo difference, you might have like what was it? It was the odds like I'm trying to think of what the actual odds are for it now. It was something like 1/3 for you have like L5 games. Let's say you're playing against someone 100 elo higher, only 100. So it's like you're 300, or let's say you're 400, they're 300, or let's say 1500 versus 1600 or something like that. It slightly goes more of a difference the higher the elo, but the concept is where it's on average, the higher elo will win like six out of 10 games, and the other person will be winning 4 out of 10 games. But then it might go down to like 200 elo difference might be like 8 it might be 7 out of the 10 games versus 3, and then 300 elo difference might like be like um 8 versus 2 or something like that. Like it's more exponential than that, but it makes a fairly big difference. So like even 300 elo, you'll feel a big difference. 100 elo isn't so huge. There is a little bit of a difference, but 100 elo, for example, in bullet, you can gain and lose in a day without trouble. In rapid, it's going to take more time because of how long the games are. Um, I wouldn't say there's a huge difference for 100 elo, but 200, there's enough of a difference where there, I would bet on the 200 that's going to win in most cases.
Okay.
300, I'm fairly sure 300 is going to win. Like the 300 elo difference is enough that they're going to win. 500 is quite huge, and then 1000 is like, and the other person will win only 5 maybe. Like
Dang.
it's a fairly big thing. There are bots, but the bots are kind of weird where, for example, some of the bots, um, for example, it's 450, or let's say we go look at a master bot, 2200, there it'll say 2200, but they might play like 18 or 1700 instead. Because it's hard to program a bot to play badly at times. So they'll play good for or make like no mistakes, and then they'll make a really weird dumb mistake. So I wouldn't look at the elo too closely, but even this would be very, very hard. But you definitely would feel the impact if you face like if you slowly progress through the bots, if you wanted to try to kind of compare a rough skill, because it does kind of give a rough scale of that, like this, the difficulty does scale, but sometimes the bots will play really dumb, sometimes the bots will play like really good, even though it's very odd. Like I look at Nelson and I don't look at it as a challenge whatsoever. I'll look at something like Francis at 2300 as a challenge, but like that's something I can still manage to do. Um, Especially if I have like multiple games. And every time, probably not, but it's it's still a neat thing to kind of compare. Sometimes the bots are kind of just for fun.
Uh,
Um,
God, just
but
I
Elo
play.
is kind of hard to compare because like some people, so they, for example, someone might know how to do a certain opening. Like their opening might be very strong, but the other player's end game might be strong. They might be the same elo, but they're not going to know all the same things. So, for example, let's say player one knows the London system really, really well, and they know everything in D4, but when they're on black, they don't know how to play against E4. So when they're against E4, they might have a really hard time. They might know this opening, but they won't know this opening. Not everything's linear where everything goes across, but generally your skills overall, your baseline skills will go up as your elo goes up. So for example, like I know E4 really well, but I could still play D4 at a decent level. I know quite a few openings just because I like studying them. The Sicilian, the Caro-Kann, there's the French. Um, there's a ton of openings with that. I wouldn't worry about openings at your level just because you'll face stuff like this, and it's just bad. People won't know why it's bad until it happens and it punishes them, and they still might play this over and over again because they don't know why they're getting punished or they don't know how bad it is. They think, for example, let's say they go here, they're like, oh, I should have blocked with the pawn, even though that might even be worse or it's still losing, right? They might not realize that this is just as bad. It doesn't matter. It's already lost by the time they push this pawn. You have to kind of analyze it by the time, like following the line of when did it happen? Why did they take here? And was there a way to prevent this check? Right? The way to prevent it was by not moving this pawn initially. Maybe it's okay to get checked, right? There are times when it's okay. And for example, there are gambits. So for example, there's Danish gambit, and it goes like this. And you can see like this looks close to equal, even though black is up 2 pawns, just because the diagonals are really scary um, with like black coming in or white coming in. There are ways to defend, but it gets very scary and very tricky where a player might mess up um, and get checkmated.
No, there's a dude in the chat that wants to play you in Bullet.
I'm really bad with bullet just because I'm slow. Like I'm good at analyzing, but I'm most of my games in bullet, I go for checkmate because I'm slow. So like I'll know the moves, but I'm moving the pieces slower than I should. So I can go like this. I know a lot of the theory. I can go quickly at times, but um, like this is slow speed, for example.
Yeah, I tried playing him. I couldn't figure it out. Even when I tried to do like the
What?
pre moves, I couldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend like I'll show you like you. I wouldn't recommend pre-moves, right? But I'll show you. Let's go to. So the problem with pre-moves, right? You don't know what they're going to do. There are safe pre-moves, but you want to be careful of the pre-moves because, like, for example, let's say I thought they were going to go knight here, like they were going to go knight, and I wanted to fry liver. This would just hang a piece. The queen would just take. If I'm expecting one thing and it doesn't work out, then it's going to just harm me. Now, there's certain cases where, let's say you give a check or you do something, and the only thing they can respond with is one thing, then you can pre-move because they have no way of like not adapting to that. For example, like I can, for here, I would just take. So we'll see if they go here. They do not, so they don't defend this. Like that. He can go here. He does not. He doesn't defend the rook.
And he played me on mobile. Oh my god.
Mobile, some people like mobile. I know there was a streamer I used to mod for. Um, she's not on right now. She used to love mobile more than um she used like she's right now 1900 rapid. A
Dang.
bullet, she's quicker than me. I've beaten her a few times just because like she does blend quite a bit and I know more theory than her. But some games I've had to draw with her, and there's other things like I've had some wins, some draws, but she's quicker than me. So I mostly played bullet with her. She's just straight up quicker. I've also played with I'll show you. I'll show you SB. I'll show you my record with this player. So here's a friend of mine, and I played him. You can see how many games.
Dang.
But look at the so I mostly played bullet with him. He's 800. He's gone like 900 elo higher than I was actually lower elo at the time, but he's basically 1,000 elo higher than me, and this kind of gives you the odds of the games. We
Dang.
mostly played like just bullet. This is mostly just playing bullet. He's very good. He plays against like grandmasters. He loses most of the time when he's against them, but he has been a few grandmasters. So like this is kind of the difference between like even though I know all this, I can do and move and look at all this. He moves very, very quickly. I've played against people who move faster than him, and he's lost to people who move faster than him. Bullet is mostly like just speed, but it's also recognition of power, like positions and like different things with that. But I wouldn't recommend bullet until you work up your rapid. Like you can see kind of his rapid's higher, my rapid is higher than yours, and it kind of scales with it helps your bullet, it helps your blitz. Um, I would recommend working on rapid just because if you can know positions, it saves you time for bullet. Where if you're guessing, you might just hang checkmate into very quickly early on.
So what type of chess do they play at like that Norway tournament? Is that
Classical.
yeah, yeah. What is classical? I know.
Classical is anywhere from like an hour up. Usually it's like an hour and a half. Sometimes it's like you after the 40th move, for example, you have bonus time. So after let's say I could try to find it, but there's a game where um they had basically they spent like 3 hours, right? And they got to the 40th move and then they got like another 3 hours or
Dang.
whatever. Like they're spending basically sometimes like 50 minutes just on a single position. I could show you a position and that is nowhere near as complicated and it might still look very complicated on like let's go with I'm trying to remember. It was here. What was it? It was
Always memorization.
here,
Okay.
here,
Classical.
here, here. Okay, make sure this is off. There's only one move to draw for white here. Every other move is a loss.
No, it'd be the queen.
So they, for example, they will spend like they can look at this and know the answer within like a few seconds. They'll spend on some positions like an entire hour if they need to. 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes on the position. They can look at this and know the answer within right away. They'll usually know the answer to even their positions, but they're trying to verify and double check everything is like to their calculations. Because if they make one mistake, the game might just be over on the spot, which they've already spent, let's say, an hour on. They don't want to mess that up, so they'll check things over and over and over again to like making sure what they calculate is what they believe. So for this, for example, this is a draw. I don't know if chat wants to try this one real quick.
What
We'll,
is it?
we'll see if people in your chat knows this. So
It's a
yes,
draw.
it's a draw, but does chat know what the drawing move is? Oh yeah, yeah. If you've seen this before, then you probably watched Daniel Nititsky. So like Daniel Nititsky is a grandmaster and he has gone over like beginning puzzles and things like that. Yeah, yeah. So this is where I got it from him. I remember the actual positions and everything. I have fairly good
Wait.
memory for it. But if you've seen it, it's a good lesson because this teaches like beginner concepts. This might be a little high for you, But the only drawing move if is basically going over here. This is the only drawing move. And if, for example, let's say we go back, how am I gonna do this? I'm gonna go here, here, here. The only drawing move here is something different now. Guess what the drawing move is here?
Move they go to a draw.
Yeah, everything loses for white except for one move. Guess what the one move is?
It'd be King F1.
That's a good idea, but the problem is I'll show you the problem to that. You're trying to block them in. You can't go up here. So the only way to kind of match them is actually going over in the corner here. Because if they go up, you go up. If they go closer, you go closer. If they go up, you go up. See? And your pawn isn't blocking over here. That's why it's a draw for that. But that's something that's very difficult to kind of visualize, and there's no way to kind of proceed for black. Because if you go closer, they can actually block you in and just go up. There's no way to kind of make progress. So you have to be careful with that. But that's a concept that's very difficult for someone who's like starting out. This is not something I'm expecting you to kind of know or kind of understand completely with that, but that's the grandmasters will analyze, for example, positions that are very complex. Once you're 700-800 elo, I would say start trying to work on like pawn end games.
How long do you think it's gonna take me to get to like 1,000 elo? Just like a
Are you
year?
brand new to chess?
Okay, no, not fully. I've been in chess club before a little bit, so I played a little bit, and I watched chess on Instagram Reels.
So I would say it depends on how much you play, how much you actually practice, how many videos and how much studying you play, like you do. I've seen people on Twitch where they've played for, let's say, 2, 3 years. I've had people on my friends list who've played like around that time and they're still like where you are basically. Like they're 400 elo still. Um, Improvement can come by passively. Sometimes it's very natural like that, but it usually comes by like actually learning from your mistakes. So if, for example, something happens and you don't fully understand it, go back and actually try to learn from it and remember why and try to apply that concept to other things. How you analyze the games will make a big impact. For example, let's clear this out. Load
I tried doing the
Queen's
puzzles,
Wayward
but
attack, for example, like this. This is something very common at like 500 elo. It's not good. This is a bad opening, but it will catch a lot of new players because they're not familiar with it. Have you seen this?
yeah, they
But
take the black pawn, right?
yeah, so right now it's black's turn. What do you think black should do?
Uh, I'm guessing pawn to g6.
So this is a fine move. This is completely fine because if they take, they lose their queen. If they take, they lose their queen. They should
Oh,
not take. They can still develop and do different things. The best move here is knight, but this is completely fine. The reason knight is better is because it's developing a piece. Do you know what, have you heard people talking about development?
yeah, I don't know what that means. I just know like
It
getting your
just,
pieces out there is like
so let me
development.
show you a position. Um, would you rather have this position or White's position?
Uh, I mean, I guess I would rather have yeah black because he's already like
Yeah.
he has
You can
attack.
see like this might come in, this protected by the bishop. You might attack this twice. This comes in. You might be able to like set up certain things like that. You can push this, get rid of like the pawn. Like if I show you the board, for example, you'll see how much this is already plus like -6. Black is winning drastically. Development just means your pieces are in a better and like spot. It can mean a few things with it, but generally development means like get your knights out, get your bishops out, get your king, like your queen up, connect the rooks. So for example here, It doesn't matter which way. These are connected now because let's say they take this rook, it just replaces it, but also you like them connected, and potentially you want them, for example, here, here. Let's say it wasn't attacking it. This
So
is drastically winning because like you're going to push this, like everything is just gonna push forwards. White has done nothing the entire game. It doesn't matter about the pawn. The pawn did nothing. It doesn't actually matter for that. Look how much more development you have. You would drastically like this. If a grandmaster was given this position against the other grandmaster, this one wins. I would bet my life savings if like unless this one was like Magnus Carlsen, like the world's best player against like a weaker grandmaster, like relative to the skill, like someone who was relatively new to it just because, and even then, Magnus Carlsen would likely still lose this. Like this is such a drastic difference in like the position that it's like you would have a very hard time unless it's like blitz or bullet maybe because there's quicker. If it was classical, this player is going to win almost like 100 out of 100 times. Out of 1,000 times, they might win 999 times. Like it's going to be very drastic. That's what development means. So when you have a position like this, you want to think, what's the best way for me to defend this pawn? Well, it's the knight. Now they could go something like this, but when they go something like this, you have time to potentially like kick them out like this or this. Let's say you go here because you're developing and attacking. Even if they go here, you can go here. You want to figure out the best way to develop. Now in a situation like this, while you want to develop your knights and you want to get your bishops out and up and everything like develop, you can't because there's threat that's on you. You always have to look for potential attacks and threats on both players. So you want to look for checks that you can deliver to them potentially, but that they can deliver to you. So right now the threat's too strong. You have to deal with the threat. Now there are there's 5 different ways to technically block the check immediately. What's the 5 moves that you have that would stop checkmate?
so all right, you can push the
Even
queen
bad ones,
out.
just
You can
yeah.
push the queen out, right?
So where would the queen go?
Oh no, I'm talking about like pawn to g6.
Okay, so that's one way.
Let's see. Dang, bro. Wait, pawn g.
So I want you to
Oh, you
find
can
all
move.
5 ways because
You can move your
chess is all
queen.
about seeing. So where do you want the queen?
You can move. I mean, you can move your king to e7.
So e7, they still go here.
Oh yeah, you can't
You cannot
take.
take, and it's still a check, and you're forced to go here. Potentially, they're going to just come at you very strong. Like your king now is above your pawns. That's not usually where you want your king, right? So
Yeah.
that's something you would say, I kind of want to avoid that. This is going to end really badly for me soon.
All right. So
So we have this. So you have, and that didn't stop this. So you have one way for this. You have 4 other ways to stop the immediate take. Now, just to be clear, this is the best way, but I want you to find the other ways that might work.
bro.
Just to so because chess is about seeing your options and then
Oh,
being able to analyze your like the best one, but you can't pick the best one if you don't see your options, right? So like that's why I'm getting you to the practice source right now.
so okay. Then you can move. You can do queen to d. Wait, no, the e. Queen to
So,
e7.
yes, queen to e7. Okay,
Okay, that's
so you have 2
one.
ways.
Uh, dang. What else?
So there's 3 other ways, and the
Oh, I'm blind.
again,
Wait. You can move your pawn to d5, right?
yes. So that's 3 ways. There's 2 more ways.
Okay. Okay, can't move that up. I feel like it's something with the knight. Wait, can I do knight to? No, okay.
So if you didn't have a pawn here, technically you could defend here, but then the queen could also just take the knight.
Yeah, I
So
was
the
thinking
knight would technically be able to defend here, but what about a different knight or a different position?
Sorry, said that, bro. What are the other?
There's two more moves.
No way.
Yep.
Oh, you can. No, you can't. I was thinking
So I'll give
horse.
you a hint.
Yeah.
One's a queen move that you didn't look, you overlooked potentially, and another is a knight move.
Okay, now there's a queen move. Oh, queen to I'm lying. Queen to F
F
F6.
F6. Yeah. One
Yeah.
way to keep in mind is like 8, 7, 6, right? And then from here it's like 1, 2, 3. The middle is always 4 and 5. So it's easier to think in groups of three. That's why a lot of phone numbers are in three. So you can think like 1, 2, 3, 8, 7, 6, and then the middle two are just always 4 and 5 or 5 and 4. If that's a little easier to kind of visualize. Or A, B, C, H, G, F, and then E and D is always the middle.
All right,
So the last way is knight over here that defends over here.
Oh, okay.
Now, the reason why you might not want to go here is, let's say you go something like this. You're not defending this anymore, and this would be mate. So there are little tricks with that you want to be careful of, and that's why one of the moves is just this. Now, if they go over here, what are they threatening?
They go over there threatening. Oh, we're threatening to move. What's it called? The queen to what is this? F7.
Yes.
And then
So
they
the
can attack
queen
right
went
there.
from attacking from this angle to up here to attacking still down here using the same bishop that's over here. So how would you defend the pawn now? You still have a few ways to do this.
First you could sacrifice the queen, and then you can
This doesn't necessarily sacrifice though. It's a
Oh,
trade
you
if they go something
offer a
like this.
trade. I meant.
Yeah. Now, this would be a completely fine move. You can do this in the game. This would be completely fine because you're still up in development, right? You have two pieces. It's white's turn. This is basically close to equal. But you don't have to worry about the queen coming in or attacking you. And they might not go for the trade. They might go over here, and you would be potentially up in development. You might get a fork if you're lucky like this, and just win their queen. There's a few tricks with that. Now, what's the better way to develop if you can develop the minor pieces first?
I mean, the better way would probably be the knight.
Yep. Because if the queen, for example, takes, you're very, very happy, so they're not going to take. You never want to go, when you're looking at a position, you don't want to try to prove yourself right. You want to prove yourself wrong. And if you can't prove yourself wrong, then it should be good. You play out, and if they prove that you're wrong, then you learn from it. If they can't prove that you're wrong, you win the game. That's a good way to kind of visualize. Like, you don't try to prove that you're right with a move, saying, oh, if they take, I take, and then you're trying to figure out how can they potentially win this in the best way possible? Can they go here to go down here to pin it? How would I stop it with this potentially? Is this okay for me? If it is, you try to disprove yourself in a way. The more you can't disprove yourself, the more difficult it's going to be for them to also. If you can't do it, then it's going to be more difficult for them. If they do it, then you learn from it. Because if they figure out a way and that you didn't see it, then you take that as a lesson and you slowly improve from that. So you develop the knight. The best move here is technically this, but a lot of people will go for something like that. Some people will go for this. Here you would just move your knight forwards, and some people will go for something like this. Now, I want you to find the best move here.
Okay, so best move. Oh, the best move here would be wait, hold up. It could be a knight to C2.
Yes. So what would you call this?
This is a fork.
Yes. So what's the knight attacking? I want you to say every spot.
The queen, the king, and the rook.
Yep. So there are cases where, for example, taking the rook might be even better, just because if you can get your knight out and if you can get the knight out, for example, let's say you could teleport right afterwards, that's just +5 without losing anything. There are cases when that is better, but in this case, just taking the queen is better, and it would get trapped in there anyways. It doesn't matter for something like that. You won a queen, which was 9 -3. That's still +6. So you're very happy with that. And people often get demoralized once they lose their queen because you have your queen, you're very happy. Most people will just lose or surrender once they lose the queen in that position. They won't even just take back. They might surrender from here as soon as you play that because they can see they can't protect the queen.
That's usually when I
I've had a game.
surrender.
I've won a rapid game. I've won multiple rapid games in 4 seconds because I know this line. They push this pawn. I go here. They don't deal with the threat, and I just win their queen. Games can end very, very quickly. There's ways they could have prevented this, right? But if they don't prevent it, if you're over here and you look at this and you're like, how can they stop this fork? If I go here, is there anything they can do? No, they have to deal with it because it's a check. There's no knight over here that defends it. If there is, I would take the knight over here. So let's say the position is over like this. How would you make this work now?
If I want to do another fork, I'd use the bishop to take the knight
Yeah,
first, sacrifice
yeah,
it, and then
and then you make it work. Now, let's say they don't do that. Let's say they go something like they move their queen over here. You can just move back, right? You already won their knight. They just lost a piece and there's no threat. You look at ways where they're like, how can they stop this? And if they stop it, is it still good for me to like just take
or
this,
wait, no,
right?
wait, or if their queen was right there, you could have had your bishop move to what
Oh yeah, yeah.
B4.
Like if they go here, there's this, but then there's this. You want to always
Oh,
disprove yourself, right? You say, if I go here, are they stuck? What can I do? So let's say I go here. What can they do? Well, they can block it with the pawn.
wait,
Now I'm
but
going to lose a piece potentially.
wouldn't you get a rook? Would that be worth it or no?
How would you get a rook from here?
Because then oh no, you wouldn't. Because they'll just take. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. So you want to try to always prove yourself wrong. That's why immediately I went down here because I already saw if I go here, 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 if they take, you do win their queen, but they don't need to take. They can actually go here. You have to go here and then they take over here. And then you go here, but then they go here, and there's no way to win that rook. So I see all that very quickly, but you want to calculate ahead of time from all the way over here. What's going to happen if I go here? Can they stop me? This is enough to say, I don't want to deal with this situation. I'm not going to go forwards and calculate the rest. I'm just not going to even go here. I'm going to put my bishop in a safer spot, either here or here or here or here. I don't want to go get attacked immediately in the fork. You always want to try to prove yourself wrong. And if you can't, let's say you go here and you're like, I want to put my bishop here. I want to see if they can punish me for it. I don't see a way. And if they punish you, you learn from it. If they can't, well, that's just good for you. So let's go back to this position instead. What do you think the best move is here? And this is very winning for black already.
I'm gonna guess. Like, let me not guess. Let me think.
And there's a reason I'm getting you to do these positions because both they're common, but also these kind of give the concepts of like just certain concepts that you'll have to watch out for early on.
I'm between bishop to c5 or knight to f6.
So these are good developing moves, right? I would actually say they're actually very solid moves, right? These are good. They're developing. But in this case, there's something more immediate, and there's a way you can win a piece. An entire piece.
I can already win. Okay. Like
So I
in
want
one
you to
move.
look, yes, well, in not immediately in one move. That you not one move, but in 2 moves, you can at least win one piece.
Dang. I can't find it.
So I want you to calculate. I'll give you a choice. This pawn push up once,
I was
or this
looking at
pawn push
that.
up
I
twice.
was actually
Yeah,
looking at that.
yeah, because it's a discovered attack, but there's a big difference between pushing once or pushing twice. What do you think is better, pushing once or pushing twice? So if we do,
I think it's definitely pushing once is better. And I think
why do you think once is better?
because if you push one, no, wait. If you push once, wait. If you push once, I can't even figure this out. Cause I mean, cause he's not gonna take your bishop.
Well, no, he's not. He's going to move. So how does that win a piece?
I guess it doesn't.
So what happens if you push twice?
You probably will lose your pawn.
So let's say they take the pawn. What do they take the pawn with?
I mean,
Let's say
oh
they take it with their pawn. Do you see why it's attacking 2 pieces at the same time?
yeah, actually, I'd see that. Dang.
Between this and this is if here, they can move there. If you go here, if they go out the way, they still lose that. If they take this with either piece, they lose the queen. The best move for them is basically just go over here and lose the queen. They can take the pawn, but they still lost their entire piece, their bishop. There are some players when they're new to this opening that they'll try it. They'll go over here instead. If there's ever a situation where you can see where you attack 2 pieces and this bishop isn't just hanging, there's no way to punish it. Like if you look at this, is there any way they could potentially punish this move? You want to try to disprove it. So you want to look at all the options. If they go here, 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 this looks pretty good for you so far.
But what if they take with the bishop?
So if they take with the bishop, you still won their queen. No matter what happens at that point, you're winning their queen. Even if they go over here and you lose the pawn because they'll take it back, you're winning a bishop for the pawn. So you always want to try to calculate a little bit ahead, but if you see a position where potentially you can get 2 attacks because things open up, that's always good. That's one of the reasons why attacking early with the queen is just bad, because it's a very vulnerable piece. You have to think of what other games do you play? I'm going to try to compare it.
I play college football. I play what else? I play Minecraft.
So, okay, so imagine this is like just, let's say it's football. It doesn't matter. This is just a piece by itself. You have an entire army. If it gets tackled by like say 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces, even if it has a strong even if it's strong, if it's down, right? Or in Minecraft, let's say if it's a player, let's say they have a diamond sword, right? But they have 1 HP. If it gets hit, it's dead. It doesn't matter how good the attack is. So the queen, while it's very good at attacking, like potentially it could checkmate, it's also very vulnerable where if it ever gets taken, even though your bishop, even though your bishop gets taken because of this, you're losing a bishop for the queen, right? It's a vulnerable piece. You don't want to let it lead the charge. It's usually good in the background, waiting until the other things do its attacks. You lead them with the pawns before the pieces because usually the pawns are much easier to kind of like you can throw away pawns at times. So the queen, while it's fun to kind of attack with it, there's often times when it's not very good to kind of lead the charge. If you ever see a player basically bring in their queen like this, they're hoping that you mess up and to punish you for it. And if you don't mess up, this is good for you. You have to almost think of it as good, even if it's tricky, and you might make mistakes, but you learn from it.
Uh,
So there are certain openings that are tricky, like the England Gambit, for example. This is a really bad opening for black. Very, very bad. If at Grandmaster level, for example, white's just winning. White is just completely winning this opening because, for example, let's say you try to defend this pawn, and then black attacks. They're down to pawn for free. There's some traps where people will forget the bishop, but even this is the draw, for example, because there's a fork and then you win the rook, and then the knight eventually gets trapped and taken, but you have to be very careful with that. Or there's a trap where, let's say you go here, you take this. Now, if I give you this position as white, right? What would you move to try to defend the position? This is something you can actually figure out to calculate, but you also have to be very careful since there's some traps that you might not be aware of right away. So this rook is under attack, right? Nothing else is really under attack because if you take the knight, both the queen and the rook are going to take it. This pawn's safe, this pawn's safe. So the rook's under attack. What's the only ways to defend it potentially?
You could do what? Bishop to no, you couldn't. Wait, it's already kind of like protected by the knight if it wants to. No, it's not.
If, for example, white goes
Oh
here,
no,
it's
bishop. Yeah,
taken. There's no.
yeah,
Yeah.
bishop to c3.
So bishop c3. Is there any other way to defend the rook?
Trying to think. I'm not sure.
There is another way. I'll let you take your time for this because this is something kind of potentially harder to visualize, but there is a way to defend the rook. So you have one way so far. There's two ways.
Wait, okay, wait. Someone said knight c3, but I don't see that. If I went
So your chat is right, but I want you to try to visualize how that defends the rook.
knight c3.
Because the visualization is the important part of this. Because if you can't visualize it, it doesn't matter if it's the answer. It's about how you're able to kind of figure out how it's the answer.
So if knight went there, okay, so okay, wait, knight went there. Oh, it didn't freeze up the queen, so the queen would be able to
Yeah, so you have to imagining when there's a lot of
take.
chess where when one piece moves, you have to see how things connect and change up, right? In your mind, you're like, well, the queen's not defending the rook. And when you move the knight, you forget that it now does because you have to visualize how things change. Now, which one of these moves do you think is correct? I'm going to tell you which one loses on the spot and which one wins, and I can show you kind of the line that follows.
All right.
Because the move you, for example, said was this, and that was the first instinct, but this is potentially the right move. So we'll see which one you want to go with.
I feel like I'm gonna guess knight c3 is the winning
Knight
move.
c3 is correct because I'll show you a tricky line with this. there is a move where you pin it to the queen here, and this can't take this because it's pinned. And let's say you try to defend it, right? So now you're defending it, so you're breaking the pin, so you're attacking this, and a lot of things are happening.
But then you.
Let's say you take, right?
Hmm.
And your instinct is the knight is attacking here, and I can defend my rook like this, right? So you're replacing the queen with the bishop. So now it's defended. Does this look like a safe position for you right now?
Nah, isn't that checkmate?
Yeah. So this is just checkmate. There are a lot of players who will fall for just checkmate, less and less because people are learning about the England gambit, and it's very bad because for example, let's say you go with the knight, this just doesn't work. You have this, and now you're attacking. If you go with the same thing, you're just losing queen. Even if you're losing all that, it's not worth it for black. White is very happy with that. So you go here, and then the knights slowly come in. You potentially get a fork up here. This attacks this. This is being attacked twice potentially. Like there's a lot of tactics with that. You can come in with not there, but you can go here potentially attacking this and this. It gets a very tricky position. Some people, for example, I like going for I have played as black here just because I'll just mess around, but I've gone here. Now, there are a few ways potentially to kind of defend the position, but what do you think is the best move here? And this is going to be very tricky to kind of visualize.
Oh, what's the best move?
So some people may know this in chat, but see if you can try to visualize what's happening in the position. Because I like going with the knight here, for example, because people will go, for example, this, and that's just very bad for white. White is losing if they do that.
I'm thinking pawn a3.
So pawn a3, and I want you to try to see where the king can go for a moment, right? Where can the king go?
The king.
Yes, the white king.
You can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you see the problem with this? So
yeah.
the only piece that can remove the knight right now is the queen. You lost your queen for a knight. So that's the threat right now. Because your king cannot move anywhere. If a check comes in with the knight, right now you would have to sacrifice your queen for that pawn. So that's how you have to look at what is this attacking potentially? Is it attacking this, this, up here or here? You don't want to just attack a piece. You want to see what they're threatening. Sometimes they're not threatening anything, right? Let's say they're up here. You want to look maybe potentially 2 moves ahead, but they're not attacking anything. Right now, this is attacking this pawn, but this pawn's safe because of this and this. So you're not worrying about this. Is this under attack? Well, yes, but you're defending it. But how many times is it under attack? One, two. How many times are you defending it? One. What happens if they take it? Can you escape it? Can I move over here? No. So this is a actual problem. So you have to deal with the problem first. Now, there's 2 ways to actually defend this, but I'm going to let you try to figure out what those 2 ways are.
Just save it. Is there even a way? I mean, isn't this just a fork?
Well, it's your turn right now. So there's 2 ways to potentially defend this pawn. You have to add another defender, but there's 2 ways to actually do that.
I mean, what? Rook to c1.
So rook to c1 is very common, especially on lower elo. This move does work. The only problem is the position is basically equal. There's actually a better move, and I want you to try to find the actual best move now. So that is correct as one of the guesses. Now you need to find the other move.
Okay, we're trying to defend it. Would it be what queen? No.
So you were thinking queen here because if they take, you're taking the knight or something, but this still leads to like a lot of trouble because, for example, here, um, you can go here. If they take, it's you're winning a rook. There's a lot of trouble with that stuff. You just have to add another defender basically to this situation. So it is smart to look at things like that, but in this case, it does not work to try to attack the queen or move the pieces over like that.
So I guess the only real way is like, I guess what would you pawn to like e3?
So pawn to e3, that's
Oh
a
yeah.
nice idea, right? But the problem is this is also a fork, so you're losing a rook still from this. So they don't even need to try to win your queen. This still wins them a piece if you try to go and escape. This is winning for white, but there's only one
Oh
move that
wait,
is
no, I
technically
found it.
winning
I
for white.
found it. It's knight d4.
Yes, knight d4, because let's say they go here, you're actually completely fine just to take like that. They just lose a piece, so they can't. Now, some people will go, for example, here and here, and there's more lines to consider. I could let you try to calculate this out. But for example, let's say you have 10 minutes to try to figure this out, and I know all these. That's kind of one of the differences in ELO, where I'll have the pattern recognition and I'll have the memory of and experience of these patterns, where I could be in a completely losing position, but because you're using your entire clock, you're either going to run out of time or be under pressure and make mistakes, where I'll be able to know what the next move is ahead of time, and I'm just waiting for your time to go down. That's one of the difference on the ELO. So, for example, the move would be like this, 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 and then I'm attacking here. You try to go here, you go here, and then you're potentially going to just lose the knight here. It's defended like this. You're coming in with this. If you go here, potentially you can just go here. If they take, you get a fork here, and you're winning their queen. So like a lot of this is pattern recognition that you have to build up, but it's about recognizing that you can calculate things. You have to take your time, review the games, and understand like where the patterns are coming in. You might not always realize and know all this, but when you're using Engine, for example, it can tell you the best move and it can tell you the second best move, third best move. You can see the follow-up and you can see what happens if I go, for example, here instead. Oh, this is bad. The bar went in the other player's direction, right? It went towards black. So what if we go here, 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 right? Like you try to analyze with the bar. If it changes +1 or +2, that's usually enough of a difference that you want to look at. +3 and higher, that's definitely something you want to look at. If it only goes up like +0 point something, you don't need to worry about that as much at Irilo. Something like I would mostly focus on like big blunders and mistakes. So like two difference. So let's say if it goes 2 minus or 2 plus from one move, let's say it went from 3 to 5, that's something significant to look at. That means one of the players usually made a mistake. Because if, let's say you start from here, let's say people, the two players play like an engine, then they play perfectly, it's going to be a draw. It only happens when it's, let's say you go here, 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 and then you go here. Now black's winning, right? Black has the edge on this game, but it doesn't mean they'll win. It means that they have the likelihood that they'll win, and they'll only win if, let's say, they keep their advantage. So let's say you go here, and then you go here. This went down by like 1 already. So it went down by like 0.4 or whatever. If you go here and here, you can see this is already +2 already. A lot of your games, you'll see it going back and forth, but it's about analyzing to see like when does it actually do that? What's the one move that did it? Why did it happen? Some things will be a little bit too complicated. You don't always need to focus on every single tactic. But the more you do it and the more you're able to actually see the reason, the quicker you'll climb in ELO. It's just about pattern recognition. So if I say there's this move, what's white's best move here?
Um. Oh, pawn to. I'm sorry, bishop to what? 4. Bishop to
So we went
d4.
over this position. So what's the difference between this and this?
Oh, it's the Isn't it something with the queen?
Yes. So this queen is trapped in.
So I would want to. Oh, okay. So
So it's just about recognizing these patterns, right? Let's say you go here and here. Funny enough, you don't even need to, you can go here and then here first. Um, and there's this, and then there's like this, and then this. Like there's a lot of patterns where potentially they're just going to get mated on the spot.
is it true that like after you become a certain age, you can't like hit a certain like level of elo or that?
So kids' brains are quicker at developing and picking up patterns, picking up like languages, for example. Like you'll know, for example, it's easier to pick up a language when you're born in a family speaking that language, right? Like
Yeah.
people, um, if a kid, for example, is born in a family and the family speaks Spanish and English, that kid is very likely to be able to speak Spanish and English if that family speaks that, right? Like it's something they'll be able to pick up. It does get harder with age, but it's definitely possible to like it depends on your goal, right? Um, if your goal is Grandmaster, it's very unlikely unless you dedicate like at least like usually even as a kid they have to dedicate at least like it takes it was 7 years like full-time dedication to it. Like day in, day out, studying, coaches, paying for that, like every single day studying like it's basically becoming a doctor. And that's like
Dang.
if you have innate skill of like if you're already around maybe let's say 1,000 or 1,500, starting out almost. Like it if it takes a while to get to that point, then it's very unlikely to become a grandmaster because you would need to put maybe three, four, 5 times the amount of time and effort, and if you have to look at like potential for that. Um, but if you're aiming for just having a good time with the game and maybe getting to 1,000 elo or 1,500 elo, yes, very close to everyone can get that. There are players who don't and won't, but um, I think close to everyone, if they were to put in the time, they even potentially some help if they look things up. They study their past games, they actually review. Almost anyone can get to like 2,000 elo if they put enough time into it. Um, but I would say 1,000 elo, very likely, like, yes, you'll get that. When it all depends on how much time you spend on like reviewing your games. Like if I were to go into um, let's go to here. Load up force draw, 1, 2. So if I go into, it doesn't matter. Can I pick this game? I have never. Okay.
Chess.
I don't think I can pick this. Okay. I was trying to pick from one of my past games, but basically, like, if a game happens and you review it, you can figure out like where the mistakes are potentially. Um, so I'll see if there's this, and then this. I want you to try to figure out checkmate from here.
Checkmate. I'd guess bishop to what? Bishop to yeah, bishop to d5.
Bishop. So when we say bishop, it's takes. It's instead of just going there, it's takes. So for example, you'll see it saying X here, or if I do this, it'll say B takes um, D5 because it's bishop takes D5 and the plus sign means check. So that's how to read that. The X just means a take. So that was knight takes, that was pawn takes, this is bishop takes, this is king takes. That's what the X means. So that is correct. There is actually two checkmates here. I want you to find the other one. And it for this, they can go here and then checkmate, right? Where's the other checkmate?
Other checkmate. I mean, I guess you can do the same thing with the queen, right?
Yeah. So funny enough, let's say you sacrifice your queen, right? And it's bishop checkmate. So one thing that helps is, I don't know, have you tried to do puzzles?
Yeah, I tried, but it seemed a little too slow pace. I
Okay.
just wanted to work on my
So
end game at the time.
yeah, so puzzles, for example, you do want to practice a few of these a day, like maybe one a day, just because you should try to focus on like speed will make a difference for this, where you'll be looking for just quick wins. Like this is speed where, for example, if I have a game like this, I can recognize that it's a win immediately. But if I'm thinking through it, it's going to take more time for my clock. I'm going to be less confident. It might not win me the game. So like you want to be able to recognize like certain checkmating patterns like that. We go here, 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 things like that. But if you're not recognizing for potential like situations with that, like puzzles definitely will make a big difference on climbing Elo. And you want to take your time with them and actually figure them out. Like those ones, I was moving very quickly. If I told you to figure them out as quickly, you're not going to be able to until you build up those skills. I want you to look at this puzzle, and if it was White's turn, what would White play?
If I was white,
Yes, if it was White's turn.
I'm looking at. Nah. I'm okay. Okay, you want to move your bishop? Definitely.
So you're seeing this right now.
Yeah. Um. I mean, low key, you can move your your rook to D1.
So you're seeing this right now, right?
Yeah. That's
So
what
you're saying I have to reinforce this potentially. This is under attack, but this is hanging completely. So
or I
that is
mean,
good,
I
but
guess
you're
D3.
missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're thinking this because that stops this from being attacked and it protects this. So if I go here, they actually lose a rook. Now, white has a better move than that. This is good to think of like this and actually come up with this, but there is definitely
Oh,
a,
I
a
found
much
it.
better move.
Wait, no, I didn't. Because you could take with the pawn. I was thinking, yeah, like the bishop to E6, but nah.
So whenever you're looking at puzzles or even your own games, you want to calculate checks, captures, and attacks. And the reason for that is checks are the most forcing. Captures are the second most forcing. Like you take
Oh,
something,
wait,
usually they'll have to respond. And then attacks are like plans or potentially like little things with that. You also want to count out the pieces potentially. So let's say both players have a queen, both players have a rook, both players have a bishop. White is actually up one pawn, so they're technically winning for that, but the position's actually not good for them because it's black's turn. So that's just even if it's takes, or it takes.
nah,
Um,
I found it. I was looking at the wrong. I thought the black queen was the king. I'm blind. It's a white king
oh,
G7.
yes. So this is checkmate if it was white's turn.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong way.
So we have to stop checkmate, but we also want to be winning in this position. So what do you think black's best move is here, since it is black's turn?
So you had Okay, so if your queen's at G7,
So even though this is hanging, they will have checkmate, so you have to deal with something like that first, right? You either have to checkmate them first or stop it immediately, since it's a mate in one.
oh, it's already checkmate.
If it was white's turn, but it's black's turn. So you have
Oh, okay.
you have one turn to stop it. Otherwise, they win the game, right?
I mean,
And once you stop it, they might not have it anymore. But if you don't stop it, let's say you just move this rook over here, the game's over immediately.
okay.
Or if you take the bishop, the game's over. So you have to make a move that immediately stops the checkmate.
I'm thinking, but then bishop takes the rook. God, I cannot
Yeah.
remember
So
his name.
bishop takes rook. They took here. Should you move farther in, or should you just take the bishop?
We should just take.
So in this case, yes, just because they don't have a threat. Now, what do you see in this position right away?
What do I see?
So the first thing to look at in any of the puzzles is checks,
Oh,
then
oh,
captures, then attacks.
yeah.
So
I
how
see
many
a check.
checks do you have?
You have one check. You have one check.
One check? Are you sure?
Wait. I mean, you have checkmate if you move white the queen to H7.
Yes. This is check also, but the knight's defending it. So we just go here. So in this position, do we have checkmate? Or is it something else?
Yeah, you have checkmate.
Yes.
That's my
So it's
favorite one.
recognizing the patterns very quickly, but it's like once you get faster with them, it does help. But yeah, you definitely want to practice with puzzles because it will make a difference with that.
Dang.
Puzzles will progressively get harder as you go through. For example, Puzzle Rush, it progressively gets harder. You can see the elo for the puzzles. So the first one was 160. This is already 800 elo puzzles. Your puzzle rating usually is higher than your actual elo for your like rapid and stuff, and that can range from like 500, 800 higher even, depending on how serious you take the puzzles. 800 would be the high end. So for example, like Jeffrey, who's like 2,400 elo, he can get up to like 3,200 puzzles, right?
Dang.
I can get to probably close to like, if I try, I could probably get 2,800 to 3,000 puzzles, but it would take me a while. But the farther you go with puzzles, the more helpful it will be for your elo as well. You don't need to do like extensively like hours and hours of puzzles, but they do help. You could check out openings, but I would say don't focus on openings until you're like 800 elo at least, because at your elo, people are not going, like you can learn the basics, right? You can learn the concepts, like if they go something like this, for example, takes, and this is winning. You don't need to learn, for example, this is the French, and this is the advanced French if I push, and there's this, and then there's this, and they go here, here, here. Like, this is something you don't necessarily need to focus on. Where this is bullet, I already won the queen. This would technically be already game over. I've had people surrender in this because I know the French defense, I know different variations. People will surrender with this. There's openings where, like there's a bunch of different openings in the French and the Caracal and different things with that. You don't need to focus on that. People at your elo are not going to play this knowing it's the French defense. They're gonna go like this, and then you're gonna develop your pieces, and then they're just gonna do something like this. You just have to play with the fundamentals where you're like, for example, if you go here, let's say they go something like here, what do you think the best move is for white?
Develop the knight by going.
So in this case, if they let you put 2 pawns in the center, do it.
Oh,
Because when you put 2 pawns in the center, you're capturing the most amount of space because you're capturing this amount of space. Your pawns aren't controlling the space they're on as much as the space that they're attacking. So this pawn, for example, is attacking here and here. This is attacking here and here. So you're controlling this. You can already feel if there's a pawn wall right here, this kind of feels like fairly strong compared to what you have. Now there is ways to break it with this and or takes and captures and everything with that. But it's the same concept. If they go here, you want to take two things in the center. You can play the advanced or then develop the knight. If they take, you just take. You can do stuff like that. If they play, I'm trying to think, but if they play like this, then you can't necessarily go lift this. You can, but don't, just because now you're bringing your queen in the center, and you don't want your queen in the center necessarily. But mostly if they allow you to put 2 pawns in the center, like let's say they go here and they go here, 2 pawns in the center. If you can control these 2 pawns in the center immediately, it does help you because you're attacking in front, basically, capturing as much space as possible. If it's something like this, you don't want to necessarily go with this because there are moves with this, with gambits and everything, but to make it simpler, just develop at that point. Same with black, you're more likely to be on the defensive, so something like this, you can just defend the pawn. If they push something like this, you can take it. You can go something like this, but it's not good. The reason it's not good is they can just take, and now potentially your knight's going to get trapped if they go forwards, and you want to be very careful with that. So sometimes you have to decide, do I take or do I not push like take? Do I defend it like this? Do I go like this? What do I do? Right? In this case, the Scotch, you can just take. If they take, there's a lot of different openings where you could play queen here, you can play knight, you can play bishop. You'll have a lot of things with that, but again, the openings won't necessarily matter until you're higher because people will go something like here, and then you'll just look at it. Instead of developing, you might have to just take the piece that's free. So you have to just focus on like reacting to what they do as well. So again, like if they go, for example, queen out, you just focus on development because that helps in this situation. Here, 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 and then you just keep playing the game. You try to get your bishops out either here, or you get here, or you here even. This is fine as a move. So for example, if they go here, you can go here. This is development still because it helps you castle and just defending the knight, so it's not potentially pinned to the queen. Because if the knight ever moves and the bishop's not there, then you would lose your queen. That's why the bishop in this case might be good to just keep here. Because now it's not under threat. You're defending it twice. You can just castle. And it works both ways where you can go like this, here, here. The only difference here is you can't move it because if you move it, they do capture your queen.
Dang.
So chess is about patterns and like recognizing those patterns, but that comes from like practicing like your puzzles, potentially watching YouTube videos, watching like reviewing your games and just playing. If you just play a lot, you can still build up those pattern recognition, right? But you might have to play like 2-3 games a day to do that. You don't necessarily need to put in like 10 games a day, but even playing like if you play like 2 games, 3 games a day, it makes a fairly big difference. If you play once a week, you're not going to build up the same amount of skills, right? So it's the same with if you were to play Minecraft maybe like once a month compared to like every day, you can definitely feel the skill difference. Or if you do football, it's the same idea. It's just about building those skills up.
That makes sense. Goodness.
So a lot of chess is with yeah, it's definitely a lot, right? You'll have to practice like there's end games, beginning, middle games, there's patterns, there's tactics, gambits and traps and discover checks, pins, forks, skewers. there's a lot of things in chess. There's en passant, right? The French move, and then you're like, oh, when do I do that? It's when they push twice next to your pawn. There's different things for that. Um, it's a lot to take in, but it can feel rewarding when you, instead of like winning, trying to win in like four moves, you outthink your opponent, right? Like when it feels nice to play something and playing it well and do well. I don't know. It's so like let's say we go. I'll show you a fun one. Um, let's go with here. So this is a very basic one. Um, do you think let's do with what do you think white should do here?
All right, now.
So you're attacking the queen and you have all of this happening. What do you think you would want to do here?
Um, I would probably. I need something. I would probably do what? Knight. Knight. I want to say C3 or
Knight c3?
either that or it would be knight F3.
Yeah, these are completely reasonable moves. Now, what you don't want to do is, what happens if you take the queen with the pawn?
What is that? Checkmate?
Yep, there's nothing to actually defend here. Now, there's a funny gambit where, let's say you go here. Let's say you take here. Are you able to take this pawn without losing the game?
Yeah. Wait, no. Good, then you just lose. Yeah.
It happens very quickly because you have to think. That's why the F pawn is something to always be careful of. If someone pushes their F pawn early, like within the first three moves, you already know it, unless they are playing something like Theory with like they know the moves ahead of time, like they do something like this. This is the King's Gambit. They could do this, but generally this makes them weak and still this is playable, but it's not something you'll see very common. If they push it on the black, it's even worse. As white, it's not great. With black, it's even worse. So whenever you see something like the F pawn pushing, you know they're making themselves weak. You don't necessarily need to attack them right away. If you see them pushing like the F pawn right away like this, you can just work on development. You can just focus on your own game. Don't need to do anything crazy with it. Most of the game is like development, so you want to just get your pieces out. Like this would be, for example, we'll do something like this. We'll do this and here, here, castles, castles. So this is kind of like what it looks like for both players to kind of just be developed. This is basically equal, the position. This is kind of like the idea where you want to get your knights out. You want to get the bishops out. It's okay if they're staring at each other. It really is. Even if it's doubled, this is completely fine for black. That doesn't really change the position that much, and it's completely fine. You can take here, that's fine, but it's also completely fine. They can take like this. It doesn't really matter. This is developed, and both players are happy with this. There's a lot of strategy involved, but you want to get developed, you want to castle. The only time you don't want necessarily castle is if they already have like 5 pieces over here staring down at this pawn and they're saying, okay, go castle. Because some people will castle and then they're like, oh, I castled into attack. There is some strategy where, for example, castling opposite sides. So let's say we go here. If I go short and they go long, they're going to send their stuff down here and you're going to have to send your pieces up here. So this is like a declaration of war a little bit because it's opposite side castling. If they're trying to do it opposite side. So let's say we do it differently. Let's say we do something like this and they castle short. This is a declaration of war in a way because you're going to send your pieces here and they're going to try to send their pieces down here. Opposite side castling. So there's a little like this is something about development where you're attacking on one side and they're attacking on the other, or you can try to attack in the middle. If you stay in the middle, it's easier to come straight down on you. So that's one reason why castling is usually safer. If you're not sure if castling is the right move or if it's between castling and just staying in the middle, 9 out of 10 times, castle, it's going to just be better for you. If you're not sure, do it and then check after and figure out when the situations might be different. It's good to follow the rules and then figure out when you can break them once you actually understand the rules and you follow them. Before that, just follow every rule as if it's like a law. So,
what would be your move on this?
oh, here. If we have, let's say, for something like, we'll do something like that. If we have something like this, I'm going to like start looking for an attack like this maybe and then push, or I'm just going to straight up push my pawn. Like I'm straight up going to send my pawns at them or figure out a way where I can go here and trade. So I might go something like this, see what they do. Let's say they go here. I might try to just like go here so I can push this up like this. Because if I go like this, they can just take. So I'm going to look at this and be like, well, I lost that for nothing. I'll go here. They might just take this. That's fine. I go let's say they start to try to push this the same way. It might look something like this, and you're trying to like attack their side before they get to you. So it's like a race. Whoever gets the other person and succeeds, like the white might attack and get there first and then mess up, and black might still win, right? Or if white gets there first and succeeds, they're going to win. It's a very tricky, like intense situation. But like if you're going here already, like you can already see like this is coming in. They don't have time to like just ignore the threat. This is check, but unless you're really confident you'll survive this situation, you lost a queen. Like the attack comes in very quickly, so you have to already move the knight, for example, and react to that. So let's say you go here, and potentially like you can get your rook involved here and try to push up. You can try to get your like there's a lot of situations with that. They'll try to close it down, and you have to be careful of that. Um, but there's a lot of strategy involved with it. If you're doing same side castling, like you can remove the pieces like that, but that might just activate their piece. Let's say it wasn't connected. Let's say, how do we, let's do this. I'm going to do this, this. Let's say this happens, and then you go here. You don't necessarily want your queen like just to be over there. You might have a way to defend it like that, but it's better just to keep the rooks involved and like connected. Otherwise, you're just going to lose control of the center potentially. Because now you have to defend this, and then the queen and other pawns start coming in. Like chess, like Italian game is very common at every level. This is one of the most common openings you'll start seeing as you play. So this is the Italian game. This is the Spanish. This is the Scotch. There's a lot of different openings with it. The four knights, very easy to tell it's the four knights because literally four knights. You can have the three knights. 1, 2, 3. Some openings have funny names. There's like potato opening, the orangutan. There's the Dracula Vampire Gambit. So the Dracula Vampire Gambit. Let me see if I can remember that. That was here, 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 here. Yeah, that was it. So Frankenstein Dracula Gambit. Yeah, variation. That's what it was. In the Vienna. There's the Vienna Gambit. There's different moves with that. I'll show you the Vienna Gambit. So this, do you think you should take the pawn, or do you think you should... What do you think black's best move is here?
To take the pawn.
So taking the pawn is a blunder.
Really?
The reason is, where does your knight go?
You can go... you can go... Dang. can go to get something that can go back to where it started.
Yeah, this is like the only move, and that feels bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems like a waste.
Yeah, and then their move is here, and then you can't give the check. This is reinforced, and look at the development on white. You're not losing the game directly, but like this feels bad, and it's very difficult to play. You'll have to go like here, potentially hope that they trade off, and but that's why taking this is technically a mistake, or even a blunder, potentially depending on who you ask. But this, so you don't want to take that. So what do you think Black's best move is? This is going to be very difficult to potentially try to find and the reason, but
Either I don't know why I think this, but bishop to either B4 or C5.
well, that's really good because you do start to develop. The only problem is they still do this, right? And you still have the same problem. The
Oh,
So even if you go like here, it doesn't change anything for that. You still have the same problem potentially. You can take this, and it does fix things a little bit, but what's actually the best move, and it might look complicated, is that it's just pushing the pawn in the center. Because I'll show you if you have this, you're actually defending it now, and you can go
oh,
like this. And they can go, for example, like this instead, but you can take just this if they take. You're fine with a queen in the center here. The difference here is there's no knight to attack your queen immediately. It's usually the knights you have to actually watch out for your queen. And if they already used their knight and it's gone from here, you don't need to worry about being attacked immediately. So for example, one of the moves for one of the openings is like this. This is one of the openings. It attacks the knight, like queen, and there's only like 3 moves that are good. People will play a bunch of moves here that are not good. But the 3 moves that are the best is over here, or basically all the way back. Because it attacks. Now it's different if they go something like this. Oops. You don't need to worry about the queen being attacked now. So white here, for example, the best move for them is just this. You can take this, but it doesn't really matter. It just reinforces the center, and this is a situation double pawns isn't that harmful. There's also just developing with the other knight, for example, too, like this. So even if you take like this, you take like this, or here if you really want to. This is not good because now you can't castle, but you go like this, you're gonna push this, and everything's fine. So queen in the center is not good normally is if it can be attacked by a knight, but if it's there and it's not being attacked by anything, it's less vulnerable. There are bishops and there's little traps with that too. For example, I'll show you this one. So you attack them. I want you to find Black's best move.
you said fine black, like checkmate.
Not checkmate, but a way to win or like not checkmate, but a way to win material or be in a really, really good position.
Um. Oh. Bishop. The F bishop. Yeah, bishop to 4 to B4.
Yeah. So what do you think Black's options are?
Um.
Do you
Same.
think they can take this pawn, or do you think they can do anything else?
No, they can't take any. The only move is to move to the middle with the king, with the not the king, with the queen.
So where can they move in the middle? Do you want them to go over here?
I mean, they wouldn't. I mean, I feel like they would go to the next square.
So over here. So why do you think it's not letting me move it over here?
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, yeah. So the bishop's defended by the knight, and knight or the bishop's defended by the knight, and the bishop is pinning the queen to the king. This is an absolute pin. There are like absolute pin basically means like you cannot move. You can go back here, you can go here, you can attack it. Like you can only have so many moves. It doesn't matter. You can break the pin like that, but by then it's already too late. This is a situation black has already won the game basically, unless like maybe a very low elo around your elo, black might lose their queen in like a few moves. Now let's say that you have something like this. What do you think black should do?
Oh, okay, wait, we did this earlier. Oh crap. Clear pinning is. I mean, I just guess you'd move your f pawn to 6, right?
Well, this situation is a little different. So I want you to think of it like this. What can black do here? They lost the queen, but
Oh,
they're in check.
I mean now they have to take with their
So let's say they take. The bishop's just hanging there. You could do it both ways, by the way. You can go here, right? And they can't move anywhere anyways. They still lose their queen. So in this situation, it actually doesn't matter which one you do. But when you take with the bishop, it's check. You can just do that immediately without thinking about. This is almost like something you could practically pre-move. The only reason you can't is because let's say we pre-move and they go like that, right? But let's say they go over here. That's not a problem because this is a check, or if you take, they still can't move. Even if they go something like this, you want to be careful of like giving them the time, but here's the check. You still take that and then you can just move back. So whenever there's a pin like this and it doesn't matter what they do, you have the pin on them, they're going to lose their queen. They can take your bishop, but they still lost their queen. Now, let's say white goes here. What do you think black's best move is here?
okay. Oh, it'd be knight c2.
Yeah, it's just a
What?
fork.
Royal fork.
You'll have well, a royal fork would be with the queen too,
Oh,
but or with like the yeah. This is just a fork, so it's like you're still winning. You're winning another rook, and you're very happy about this. This is basically a crushing position. You won a queen. You're winning a rook. This is why you might actually want them to take you. This might even be better. You do want to take it here because let's say you go here. Now that you're not going to win their queen. You have to just pay attention to when the pins are, where the skewers are during the time. Pins, you usually have only 1 or 2 turns to like actually take advantage of it because they'll try to break it one way or another. If they go here, if you don't take it, they're going to move their queen the next turn, right? If they go here or anywhere like that, or if they attack, you don't want to go backwards and say, I'm going to keep the pin. Now you don't get a pin, right? Because like now they're safe their queen. Now let's say they go here. What do you think what black's best move is here?
oh, black's best move. I mean, I'm between queen, uh, h4 or knight g6 or f6.
So the best move, and I want you to visualize if the queen moves, if
Oh,
this is not an absolute pin, right? This is like I forget what it's called now. I'm getting tired, but this is still a pin. It's just not an absolute pin. Because let's say you move over here, you're taking the rook.
dang.
If they don't move, you're taking the queen. So no matter what, this is a situation you're very happy about, right? Now they have something like this potentially, but what happens, what do you do if they do this?
Oh, you move your rook to not your rook, your knight to e7, right?
Well, that's check, and it doesn't.
Oh,
It's not defended by your queen here because this is your king, this is your queen.
oh yeah. Wait, no, wouldn't it? But can't you take with the bishop?
Yes. So from here, you could have just taken
Oh,
over here like that.
yeah.
So paying attention to like where pieces are, how they move throughout the board helps quite a bit because like you'll see pins like that. It's just about paying attention to them, how the pieces line up. Like for example, if this moves, can you get, for example, potentially a bishop here to pin them, or is there like there might be a way to do that, right? So you go here, and they're like, oh, I can win the rook. It's not defended. And then you go here. And now you're attacking this and the queen at the same time. They can push this, but then you win the queen. They can take your rook, but you're very happy with that. They can now defend themselves so that you can't win anymore, but you already won their queen. There's situations where you can actually set up little traps like this and be like, I want you to take this because if you take it, I'm very happy. Do they have to take it? No. They could just do something like this and you're like, okay, we're going to play on normally or something. But this gives you an idea of like when people set up traps, they're hoping the other person basically makes the mistake where you go here and you're like, I hope they take this. They don't need to, but if they do, I'm very happy. Or I hope that they go here with their queen, or maybe they'll go here. But you also have to try to disprove yourself and say, what is their best move here? What move do I don't like? What's the move that I want them not to play, or um, or do basically against me? There's also knight just takes queen, but I'm just doing with the bishop by the way, just to point out. But what's the move that potentially like makes it the most difficult to deal with? That's kind of the move that you want to like try to focus on. And if they play something else, either it might come as a surprise, but or it might be like a lesson where you're like, um, it's like let's say you go with this and they go here. It's like, what should I do? If I go here, what's the move I don't want them to do? I want them to do queen, so they're probably not going to do queen. I'm not going to look at that because if I go here and they go here, I'm happy. I'm not going to assume that they're going to do that, and if they do that, I can look at it then, right? So you go here and then you're like, okay, they did do that. Let me double check. Is this good? Yes, I'm not going to look at it too deeply, even um, do I want to take? Do I want them to take me? Do I want to develop this? Do I want to go here? Do I want to go here? It it all depends on the Scotch. It's kind of the best move is here, developing the knight. Big surprise. But there are moves where you can go, for example, here. And let's say this happened in PogChamps, for example. What do you think White's best move is here? Should they try to save that knight or what?
Uh, White's best move. Dang.
Yeah. So I'm having it from Black's perspective because like you should try to recognize it from the opponent's perspective sometimes.
I, oh, it's to move their queen to d5.
Queen to d5. So you're saying here?
Yeah.
So the trouble with this move is it doesn't stop the threat of coming in like
Oh, I
this.
didn't even see that.
So it's not checkmate immediately, and then there's also like check like this potentially, and then coming in with this is hanging and other things are having to hang too. The best move is here, I believe, is just queen here, funny enough. And then it's like queen takes the knight. Um, if they try to save the knight, for example, let's say they go here, you can just take it because if they take, you just take. So if they try to bring it back over here, this is checkmate. There was a game in PogChamps that ended in 6 moves. There was actually, funny enough, there was a Grandmaster game that also ended in 6 moves like this because they calculated the wrong line. They kind of had chess blindness where it was this position, um, and for whatever reason, they thought their queen was already here or here, and so they moved the knight, like they moved the knight like this, and thinking their queen was here for some reason, and then they just got checkmate. They just miscalculated, something went blank in their brain, and it happens. Very rarely, but it does happen even at the highest levels. But it's funny where people will miss things that happen because they're looking at too many things. You have to just look, what does my opponent have for checks, captures, and attacks? What do I have for checks, captures, and attacks? If you keep asking yourself for like those things, do I have any checks? Are they good checks? Do I have any captures? Are they good captures? Do I have any attacks? I can go here and then potentially attack this. So you want to look at things in that order, just because, for example, let's say here's a check and a capture at the same time, but let's say a check. White has to take. They have no other move than this. If black goes here, it's a forcing move that kind of forces a reaction. Like, let's say I go here and I go here. White doesn't need to react, but they should. They should just take the queen, right? A capture is something very forcing. You should generally react to it. It doesn't matter if it's a good capture or a bad capture. It's usually something to look at because it's second most forcing. And we go here, let's say we go here and we go here. Attacks, like what's being attacked this? If I move this, what's being attacked this? Can I actually even afford to move this? Probably not. It's like you start to defend like this and you hope you have enough numbers. You don't. Then it's just counting. The Scotch is pretty good for like showing counting just because people miscount in the Scotch quite often for some reason. But yeah, so that captures a lot of chess. I hope you learned some things from it. But you can always look back on some of the stuff we went over, practice some of the end games. You could always analyze your games. You know how to go to analyze, right?
Yeah.
Or
Just do learn. Yeah. Actually, I appreciate it. I think I'm more confident now. I think I can hit 1,000 elo quicker. I just
oh,
gotta.
you definitely can. Like there's players who will, for example, they'll play similarly or they won't learn from their mistakes. As long as even if it's not one game, but after like every few games, um let's say you see this, right? And you don't know what to do and you go like this and you're like, "Oh, I messed up. I go here and they took my rook." And let's say this happens 5 times. As long as you learn it for like 6, 7, 8, and you're slowly improving, you're going to climb. It's just about like learning those patterns and thinking through it. Now, if you learn about it sooner and you're like, "Oh, I'm going to develop here," and you prevent that, it's going to accelerate your growth of improvement much faster, right? Like if they go something like this and you're just saying, "I'm going to develop because I'm going to attack here and there at the same time." They go here and they lose a queen, or they move their piece here and you're like, "I'm going to go here." Like there's a lot of moves where you just have to like see patterns, but that takes practice. But yeah, you can definitely get to 1,000 elo. Like I think almost anyone can get to 1,000 unless they're just not trying. So I hope that helps with at least a lot of the practice with the pins, with the different tactics. It's a lot to look at, but
Yeah, it definitely helps with thinking on how to play chess. But man, yeah, I appreciate it.
well, enjoy your stream and good luck on the climb for that. So I'll let you go.
All
I
right.
know it's a lot. I do know it's a lot. I could there people can go for like I could analyze and go over a lot of lessons, but that's probably enough to go over for an entire week for you.
Man, do you like teach
So,
chess? 'Cause I feel like you describe stuff pretty good.
yeah, I am tired just because it's going on to 4 a.m.
Oh yeah, it
here.
is
So
pretty late.
it's yeah, but it's chess is fun and it's good. It's good practice for your mental game to kind of strategize. Some people are like, the game should be over once you take all the pieces, but once you take all the pieces, it's more like removing the pieces. It's kind of like removing the players from football. The game's not over until you like score to the other end, and scoring is kind of um, checkmate. The game's not over until you checkmate or timer, right? So that's the only things to kind of focus on. You can beat down a lot of material. It makes it easier to have more pieces than less pieces. But there are times when you can win with less. So time, um, piece count, checkmate. There's a lot to focus on, but yeah, I'll let you. I'm probably fairly tired at this point, so I'll let
Yeah.
you either call it a night or keep playing your game.
All right. Appreciate you,
But
man.
yeah, good luck on the climb.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right. Calm. If you still want to play, I'll play you before I go to sleep. Honestly, I did learn a lot. Um, shit, bro, I'm tired as hell. Hey, Calm, if you want to play me, you can play right now, real quick. What is this stuff? Yes, bro. I mean, that was a lot. Like, my name is still the same. Oh, you're this dude? Yeah, and I've been doing like a bunch of work all day too, so I didn't need. I mean, I did need that, but wrong thing. Yeah. Where's this thing at? You mean that your name is the same? Is it Calm or is it? I think if you have. Oh yeah, I can definitely look back before I start playing later. Bro, like, why do I type on my keyboard so? Oh. And play a 5 minute rapid. I just want to hit 1,000 elo pretty quick. All right, let's get it. Let's see if I can put what I learned into use. Am I starting? Oh. Wait, why did I start? Alright. Am I not? Am I black? I'm confused. Oh, wait. Can we restart? Can we restart? I didn't mean to pre-move. Oh, yeah, wrong thing. All right. I was so confused. All right. I might need to turn the pre-move off. Okay. All right. I already know what I'm about to do. Wait, did I have this earlier? Might have. Uh, and its ELO's way higher than mine. You know, it's just classical vibration. See, this is the problem. I get stuck here and I don't know really what to do. So, okay. I don't want to move. I'm just gonna guess you play theory so far, and then you make. Okay. I can't tell if that's bad. I have no clue what's good and what's bad. Mike. Okay. Is case premature What? Alright, I should probably just castle. Is what I'm hearing. Oh, it's me? Wait, no, it's not. Yeah, I gotta turn off this pre-move. I don't like that. I thought I was gonna like it. Okay, I'm just gonna... Wait, oh, he's gonna take. I probably should have moved right here. Wait, I think we went over this exact position. Wait, do we? We might have. No. Okay, he here. He doesn't fork anything if he goes here. We're good. Uh, bro. Yeah, I'm starting to notice that. Yeah, I feel that, bro. Nah, this is bad. This is bad. I think I'm gonna win. I'm gonna still win. Wait. Dang. Whatever. No, I do need to go to sleep. I keep on waking up really late, and I have a bunch of homework to do. It's just, it's not the formula. I thought I was gonna go to sleep at like 12 or 1, but I wish. I have nightmares like every night, and I don't know why. I think I had one. Let me think. I'm gonna think of a good nightmare I had. I had, dang, I've had some wild ones. Bro, it could be trauma. I hope not, but it could. I don't know why, but I've had a lot of nightmares. And it'll be like random, like, bro, it'll be like the most random people in my nightmares, too. That's the best part. It'll be like a dude that was in my English class or something. So I don't know if it's just like, it could be because I'm like an active thinker now that I think about it. And I just lost my peace. Oh my God. Oh, wait, no, I'm good. No, wait, how do I undo that? I fix it? Perfect. All right. Bro, this dude, bro. All right, we're good, we're good. Trauma could be R&B. Trauma could be a wide race of things. All right, thank you for tuning in. All right, see. Uh, bro, I'm too tired to do this. I can win. I'm thinking that too. I I think it's just my imagination. But it is like when you wake up, dang. When you wake up and realize that you're dreaming, it's not bad. But y'all, thank y'all for tuning in.